Ooh. Ooh, my neck. That's really like the average R-size living space Redditor. True. True. Is there that? I don't know how much stuff, honestly. I had to come back to see how much stuff that I had so that, you know, I can catalog it and start packing stuff up. I don't have much stuff. But I still have to order movers and get a survey out here to see how much it's going to cost and get a quote for that. And then I have to inform my apartment that I'm moving. It's a bunch of stuff. Gotta get it done. But we'll start with this. I think the whoa. Test. Okay. I think my microphone sounds weird a little bit. Because I'm so used to my other microphone. Give me a second. Test. Whoa. Okay, that's even worse. What if I turn that off? Now it sounds okay. Okay, hold on. What if we do this? Test. Hello. It's a bit lower than usual because I turned it down because it was loud in my ears. And I don't like it being loud in my ear. What if I turn this down too? Nope, I can still hear it. It's loud. Okay, what if I go here and I go line out and I turn my headphones monitor down? Yeah, like that. Okay. Now I can do this and it'd be just fine because I can. It's shorter than me, or like it's lower than me. Practice playing tomorrow. You better be there. I will not be there. LOL. I side with Cookie Monster on the Elmo discourse. Elmo teach me not to eat trophy. Me teach Elmo to pick a team. Right, Elmo's getting drugged. Will you be square? Yes. Elmo always says this. Elmo hopes both teams have fun. There's always people being like, shut up, Elmo, pick a side. This is why Rocco's better. Anyway, let's look at the cops being cops.
Now at 11, a shocking story.
I can't hear this. Hold on.
Out of the San Fernando Valley, police opening fire on a dog in Canoga Park. They were.
I still can't hear it.
Now at 11, a shocking story out of the San Fernando Valley. Police opening fire on a dog in Canoga Park. They were called to check out a woman screaming. It turned out she was simply celebrating the New York Knicks NBA championship. Investigators say that dog rushed at officers before they shot and killed it, but the family tells us the woman—
Oh, it's a dog. Yeah. Dogs do that. It rushed threateningly with its tongue out and its tail wagging.
was just happily watching the game with her dog before this all happened. Good evening, I'm Jory Rand.
I'm Liz Nagy. This is Eyewitness News.
Did they bust the door down? I'm confused.
11 Eyewitness News reporter Tim Pulliam is in Canoga Park tonight with new details.
Imagine celebrating the New York Knicks NBA title win with your family. Then suddenly one of them is shot and killed by police. Well, that's exactly what happened here in Canoga Park inside this condo building. This woman's joy turned to explicit pain. Jameson, her 2-year-old golden retriever St. Bernard poodle mix, was gunned down Saturday by police. This is a photo of Jameson wearing a New York Knicks shirt during their NBA championship win. It was taken just moments before he was killed.
We were just so happy. We were just celebrating the Knicks. We were celebrating the Knicks.
Video from Citizen App shows the urgent scene on Jordan Avenue. This all began just after 8. First responders say a neighbor asked police to check on a woman who was screaming. Raymond Alvarez lives across the street and told me he was headed for a walk when he heard the noise too.
The scream I heard was like, oh my God, oh my God. Just pure screaming.
LAPD claims when cops arrived to the woman's
How do you get from that to shooting the dog?
The dog rushed toward officers and attacked them.
Wait.
The woman's home. The LAPD claims when cops arrived to the woman's home, the dog rushed toward officers and attacked them.
Okay, what do you mean arrived at the woman's home? Did they bust the door down? Right? Did she open the door and the dog was just like running up to the door to see what was happening? They're just like attacking. This doesn't make any sense.
Alvarez says when he returned home, that's when he heard the gunfire.
I didn't think there were gunshots at first because, I mean, this area isn't really known for any sort of like gun violence.
He's such a good dog.
The dog owner's son told me off camera his mother was just celebrating the New York Knicks championship win, and Jameson was energetic, but not violent. This is him licking cream from a cup last June. A year later, a memorial growing in the hallway where neighbors watched him die.
Is that a dog dead?
The circumstances that led to the police shooting are now under review.
I can't believe this is happening. I cannot believe this is happening.
Tim Pulliam, ABC 7, Eyewitness News.
It's
New at 11, burglar.
such cop behavior, bro. It's such cop behavior. I don't know how you can see this dog and be like, oh no, I feel my life is threatened. I must now pull out my gun and shoot. But keep in mind, when the cops sick an actually vicious dog that's trained to be vicious on you, you have to just kind of let it happen. And cops do this. They sick their dogs on innocent people and you have to just let it happen. You know what I mean? Right? Because I saw a video of like a guy who like bit a police dog back. Right? And they're like, get off my dog, get off my dog. Like, you train your dog to bite people. Like, and you shoot other people's dogs who are just like happy and excited. You haven't seen that video? Okay, I'm not showing the video of the guy biting the dog back. Hold on. Yeah.
Watch out, he'll get bit.
Like, he's already restrained, basically. And they're like, watch out, you'll get bit. And they release the dog on this man who's already has 3 people already on him.
Watch out, he'll get bit. Hold it, watch out.
Literally, he's like, yeah, hold his leg. Hold his leg, my dog will bite him. Like, what are we talking about? That is an insane thing. He's already basically being restrained. How is you biting, like your dog biting him any different than you like tasing him? Like this, police dogs are just another weapon for the cops to use.
Hold it, get him. Quit fighting. Let go of my dog.
Now I was like, let go of my dog. What do you expect them to do? What do you just like, oh, sorry, you gotta take it now. Oh, police dog is now biting me, right? I'm being mauled. I have to just accept it. You're in the woods and a bear just starts mauling you. Sorry, I can't hit you or it'll be animal abuse. I have to just take it. Oh no. Like, what are we talking about here?
Dog, let go of my dog.
Now it's like, now he's like, they're holding his head down. Now they're like abusing him harder because he had the audacity to not want to be mauled by this police dog.
Let go of my dog. Let go of my dog. Let go of my dog.
He's not even holding the dog right now. Now again, this is the same thing where they're like, stop resisting, right? It's just giving them pretense to do more violence. He's not even holding the dog. Keep in mind, the dog is literally like mauling his leg, right? But they keep screaming like the same thing to get themselves a pretense to commit more violence.
Stop fighting. Stop fighting.
And then he bites the dog back. Like, to be fair, like, what is he supposed to do? Oh, okay, I'll just let you guys abuse me and let the dog maul me. This is a man bites dog story, indeed. The dog bit him first, to be fair.
Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Watch out, he'll get bit.
And then they just started beating him up more. Like, there was no reason for him to use a dog in the first place. Taking with horses, if you get trampled, it was a random occurrence, but if you touch the horse, it's an extension of a cop and it's battery of a law enforcement officer. Yeah. It's just like, dog deserved that. The dog didn't really do anything. The dog deserves it as much as, like, you know, punching a cop's taser. It is a weapon utilized by the police, right? Trained and utilized by the police. right? The dog deserves to not be in the care of these insane people who are known to shoot dogs. They're known to shoot their own dogs. There are instances where cops will shoot other people's police dogs. And they have to do this whole like dog funeral being like, he died in the line of duty. Yeah, because one of your compatriots shot him. Was your train repping right now? She's back in North Carolina. I didn't bring her with me so I can clean up the apartment because her hair is everywhere. Cops shoot estimated 10,000 dogs a year. Cops. Anyway, so that's the thing that happened apparently. What else is there? There's the MMA story, which I wanna talk about as well. Notorious for leaving their dogs in a hot squad car. Yeah. Here. Also, TLV, thank you for the Prime, by the way. Much appreciated. And I'm Boomy, thank you for the 27 months. But there's a few things I want to talk about. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about, I guess I can talk about this. I don't want to talk about the Carmelo Anthony case because it'll upset me, so I just won't. There's this video.
But that's exactly why.
Which is a video titled Twitch has a fence sitting issue, which I was like, I saw this posted on Twitter. I was like, that sounds exactly like a video I would make. There's the Coffeezilla video. There's the Ethan Klein, Destiny, Charlie situation thing. Here where the audience fight at the White House lawn. I did not. We'll get to, let's start with the UFC event.
A 200,000.
Hold on. Hey, that's my video. Which you should watch, by the way. That kind of feels like you should watch my video, this video, and give it a like. Give it a like, give it a plus. Which is titled The Uncomfortable Conversation About White Leftists. Like it. Like it. Like it. Give it a like. This is perfect. Thank you. I was A/B testing a few different titles. Ooh, what on my leg? Ooh. There you go. Yeah. UFC. Let's start with the UFC event.
The boys are back with us.
I just like it because I don't listen to Authority. Well, I'm also not listening to Authority. So that's why you should like my video because I'm not the Authority. I'm the underdog. Let's start with UFC.
Miles, your reaction to everything we saw in D.C. this weekend, quite the juxtaposition.
It was, Stephanie, a weekend of humiliation for the president and for the United States of America. Of course, Donald Trump has lost a number of rulings in the courts about having his name on federal buildings and rewriting history in national parks. He was forced to take those things down this weekend, start reversing them. And at the same time, the country, I think, was humiliated by this spectacle. Now, let me just say, I'm not opposed to the idea of the United States having some sort of UFC fight or some sort of event, but I think to anyone watching this...
Also here, okay, before this, I have here. For context, I didn't even know this was happening. White House, UFC. Yo, that is loud. Here. I don't know if I can hear my wash machine going off.
After an adrenaline-fueled White House celebration,
Big right hand.
President Trump is en route to Evian, France, departing in the wee hours this morning for the G7 summit. In nearby Geneva, protests erupted in the streets. Thousands of demonstrators marched, some confronting police. The president at odds with many European allies over the Iran war and other issues.
Wait, that's not... Okay, he's gonna get back to the birthday event.
But heading to the meeting after announcing that deal and coming off a late night at the White House, a celebration of the nation's 250th anniversary. Bright lights and bruising mixed martial arts.
It's a huge right hand. Doc is covering up. Big elbow. Wow. Do it. Boom.
Far from UFC's typical indoor.
I mean, this is a clown show. I'm so glad I wasn't in DC for this event when it was happening. So that's what I'm happy about.
Competition, the president and the UFC's Dana White appearing together. Longtime fight fan President Trump invited the UFC and its corporate sponsors to take over the White House grounds.
Got to thank President Trump for making this happen. Thank you, Dana, all the UFC, everybody. This is unbelievable.
Rooms steeped in history used for the locker room and show staging. A $60 million project that brought the UFC's 8-sided cage, the Octagon, to the White House. Under the Claw, taller than the famed presidential residence. Cabinet officials and dignitaries among the 4,000 guests to mark the nation's founding.
Was there people who were like,
80th.
we have for your 250th birthday? No, actually, I won't. I'm not going back until the mid-July. So thankfully, I'm going to miss the hurrah and the celebrations of the 250th birthday.
Freedom at the White House on Donald Trump's birthday. What an event.
The event, with a $60 million price tag, has faced some criticism from Democrats.
We're in an economic crisis, and he's playing the Great Gatsby with his big spectacles on the White House lawn.
But the president front and center after an unprecedented fight night set on public property. From aboard
It's just, what a clown show, bro. We live in a clown world.
One, the president was posting about what he called the incredible success of the event and promising history-making fireworks for the 4th of July. Now, there will be a mood shift as he arrives in Europe, where the Iran conflict and the ongoing war with Ukraine will be key topics with G7 leaders. The White House also confirmed that the president spoke to Vladimir Putin this weekend. Craig?
Kelly O'Donnell for us at the White House. Kelly, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC.
Anyway, so that was the event. There's actually some other funny stuff that happened. Like Don Jr. leaking that the event was rigged.
Steeped in history.
But we'll get to that in a second, too.
Felt a lot like America's Roman moment. And to those students of history, they'll probably remember a satirist from Roman times named Juvenal, who watched his country slide into autocracy and coined a very famous phrase, bread and circuses. That is what he said Roman rulers, as the Roman Republic fell and turned into the empire, gave their people to distract them from that slide into despotism. If you were going to create an image, Steph, of American decline, you could not have created an image that echoed better back to Roman times than this. The gladiator-like spectacle in front of the White House on the emperor's 80th birthday. I think it was alarming for a lot of reasons. And unfortunately, I think a lot of our leaders don't remember those echoes of history.
Well, that's one way to look at it. Damien, your colleagues at the Journal wrote that Trump bet on this UFC event to energize his base. And this morning, he's now previewing his next big rally is going to be at the Washington and Lincoln monuments. Is it realistic to think that these things are going to boost his standings? I mean, I get that Miles is saying for anyone who's sort of steeped in history, loads of folks aren't. Loads of people are thinking about the Roman Empire every 90 seconds, and they think it's badass.
I think this was actually pretty clever.
I mean, I don't know about that. Most people don't think about the Roman Empire like a lot. How many think about the Roman Empire? Not much. They do? No, they don't. Remember the whole, I remember the thing that people said, which was, when was the last time you thought about the Roman Empire? That was like a whole meme like 2 years ago. But like they don't. Like they don't. Normal people are more worried about paying their bills than anything else. Like that's kind of it. That's it.
Clever. I think we're not going to know really till November about how effective it was. But if you think about both things we've been talking about today, Iran and what happened with the UFC fight, Trump's got problems with his base, okay? And the Iran deal, hopefully for him, for his base, will bring gas prices down. He can't have a nightmarish scenario where you have $4 a gallon gas in November. That'd be a total mess for Republicans. And here he's, you know, it was young men who got him elected in 2024, and he needs to bring them home. And what better way for him to do it than to have this huge spectacle at the White House with the UFC? There were thousands.
I mean, this is okay. I'm glad that he said that, because it falls directly into what I was talking about in this video, which I said it here and I said it in the stream when I made this video, which was the entire political landscape is surrounding how do we retain or attract or bring back young men, right? Young white men, and that's kind of it. Right, and I included like the fascists and the Nazis and the conservatives in that dynamic as well, because they do the same thing. This is everybody's like doing like a bum rush to be like, where are young men at? We need to go there and attract them, or we need to keep them where they are. And that's what politics is. That's literally all politics is now. It's just about how do we attract young men? How do we get young men? How do young men do this? Young men do that. We need to maintain or win over yada 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 young men, and that's particularly it.
Men who got him elected in 2024, and he needs to bring them home. And what better way for him to do it than to have this huge spectacle at the White House with the UFC? There were thousands and thousands of people here. A lot of them had a great time. It was a big show, and that's kind of what he specializes in. So whether he really just kind of sold this to a small subsection of people or not, or whether it's something that's bigger, whether he's saying America's kind of open, this is the people's country.
Honestly, I will say it is shameful that black people fought in this fight too.
There's no hallowed ground here. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Whether that's going to be effective or not, we will see. But he did put on an unprecedented show on Sunday night. There were a lot of people there. A lot of people tuned in, and it was quite entertaining. Now, whether it probably turned a lot of people off. Maybe those are the people who thought that his stuff is kind of brash anyway. But I think it was quite a gamble, and he almost needed a gamble with the way his poll numbers are right now.
I don't think this is going to like meaningfully change much. I think people look at it and be like, that's silly, and then they'll just move on. I don't think this is like going to fix his horrific polling. I don't think people care either way that much, right? Like libs look at it and they're just like, wow, look at the orange man and what he's doing. This isn't decorum, right? Even like centrists or like conservatives, like normies are like, I mean, that's it, whatever. It's interesting, I guess, right? But it's not the Knicks. You know what I mean? Like that's what they're thinking. They're like, nobody cares about this. Like, I will say, it was definitely a move to hold it in the midst of the World Cup and the NBA Finals, like, you know, and the Stanley Cup. Like, an interesting move to like host it around competing events. But you know, maybe it actually did work. I don't know. I literally don't know.
Sure, but a lot of those young men who may have thought it was gangster and cool, a lot of those young men don't currently have jobs. They're worried about their job prospects, can't afford to move out of their mom or dad's house, and lost a lot of money in crypto. But I just want to bring
okay, she's got it right. She's got to cook there a little bit.
At this point, David, and maybe I'm naive, okay? But after the fighter won his bout, he praised Donald Trump. That's not a surprise. But in front of the whole entire world, he said that our former First Lady, Michelle Obama, is a man.
This did happen. I did see this. I did see this when I was scrolling, because I scrolled for a little bit this morning. Not yesterday though. I didn't see it yesterday because I was no, I won't leak. You're gonna have to wait for it. But I was scrolling this morning. I did see that. I was just like, that's exactly what I expect from this kind of event.
Or no one pushed back on that. I quickly
Yeah, obviously not.
went to social. I looked at it. Nobody pushed back on that. What message does this send the rest of the world in terms of decency? Because without decency, we actually have nothing.
It sends the message that we don't have any decency and that this is all a distraction and a game. It's
yeah, what is we don't have decency? Chat, hold the presses. You're telling me that we don't have decency the second year into Trump's second term? I had no idea. No idea, no clue.
It's incredibly disappointing that that was, what the president wanted for his birthday.
The president shared this year like AI videos of the Obamas as like monkeys, like racist AI videos this year. Like it was in January. Why are we pearl clutching at this? It's not like we don't know this is the case.
I guess, but I'm going to be your fellow idealist here. I think young American men, I think all young Americans, I think all American voters are smart. So that was a great TV show.
Sorry, sure.
On Sunday, and, somebody said terrible things about the former First Lady, and that's, terrible. But they care about what you just mentioned. They want jobs. They want rising wages. The healthcare system in this country doesn't work. As you said, they can't move out of their parents' houses. There's so many parts of this country that aren't working properly, just the basic infrastructure, some regulation of the digital age. None of that has been delivered by the Trump administration. You can argue it wasn't delivered by the Biden administration either. But I trust my fellow Americans and I trust American voters to look at the reality of their lives, particularly the economic reality of their lives, and make, whatever decision they think is right in November. But I just think they're not going to get distracted by one UFC fight.
Listen,
okay, there's a fine line between a liberal naivete and like actually being hopeful that people are guided by their material conditions, right? This is fully in the naivety, right? He's closing his ear to the reality that people are not like woken up to class consciousness. You have to do work to get them there. You have to message, right, to people on their material reality to get them to understand that their material reality is impacted by these policies so that they vote in a different way. And vote for who? Most of these candidates don't care about fixing their material reality in the first place, which is why most people don't vote in the first place, right? And so it doesn't make much sense when you put it into that context about like why he's like being like, no, I think American voters are smart. No, they're stupid, which is why you should treat them as such, right? And speak to them directly about their issues. Like you have to go to them, right? It's like, they're not even just that they're stupid. They're selfish, right? American voters are selfish. They care a lot about what affects them directly. And you have to give them those things, right? In order to win their votes over. You can't just imagine that like people are going to realize why Trump is bad. Because that didn't happen in 2016. And it didn't happen in 2024, right? It barely happened in 2026. And that was in large part due to COVID. Sorry, it barely happened in 2020. And that was in large part due to COVID. You know what I mean? But again, like the Democrats had a trifecta in 2020 or 2022, one of the two. During Biden's presidency, there was a trifecta, right? Not trifecta, a supermajority. Different. There's different than that. Yeah, there was supermajority. There was there was a majority. Okay, get my terms correct. There was a majority. There was a 50-50 split, and Kamala Harris was the deciding vote. There was a majority in the Senate, technically, right? So there was a supermajority under Obama, but there was a time where the Democrats could have done something, and they decided to not do something, and that turns people off from the Democratic Party. So if you want them to vote for you, you have to explain why that was the case and why that won't happen again. If that makes sense. You can still take a few days off because my talking points are jumbled up in my head.
For everybody who loved it, who thought it was great American entertainment, that does not change the fact that the economy is the number one thing people vote on. It matters. Gentlemen, David, Damian, Miles, thank you all for starting us off on this very special hour.
But yeah, so the funny part about this is two things. One, not Ethan Klein. Where's, oh, here it is. Right. Apparently there was a fight on the White House lawn. I will say, I kind of respect this. Getting yourself arrested and potentially getting hit with a felony because you wanted to do violence on the White House lawn would be hilarious. I don't think it's what happened, but like it would be funny.
Yo, watch out, cops! You're going to jail, bro. You fucked up.
Hey, he just attacked me. Hey, no, stop! Get down! Get down! Get down!
I got you, bro. I got you. I saw it.
Bro, imagine getting a felony because of this. It's hilarious. Are they ready to check this morning? Of course. I have to help take down this mess that they've created. That's my role. Looking with this, yeah. There's no I'm surprised I didn't break her hand. Definitely sharing a story with our grandkids. Yeah, from prison. Oh, for sure. They'll definitely get pardoned. You're right. What if they don't? Anyway, the funniest thing that happened yesterday was apparently, right? This guy named Daniel Cormier exposed Eric Trump asking, oh, there was Eric, not Don Jr., sorry. It was Eric Trump for asking him if any of the UFC White House fights were rigged. I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for bringing it to light. However, I refuse to stay silent. Shame on anyone trying to ruin this beautiful event. And this is what the screenshots were. It was Eric Trump. Hey, Daniel, I'm going to be attending UFC 250 tomorrow. I saw you were casting. Hope to see you there. Yo, Eric, didn't expect the DM from you. Excited to meet you and the family. Much love, brother. And then you can tell me about the fighters tomorrow, who you got winning. I like to be unbiased and I love to watch the Kel fight. You placing any bets? Nah, I'm actually not allowed to bet on any cards or anything. Are any of the fighters injured that you know of? I'm not sure why you're asking me this, but I hope they're all in good shape. I'll cut to the chase. If are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopez fight. And I think an upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. Money. No, none of our fights are rigged. And honestly, I'm appalled that you would even ask me something like that. That's so funny. He's an All-American wrestler too. Crazy how far the sport has fallen. No one hates Eric and Don Jr. more than their own father. True. He wishes he only had beer, and I swear. So this was like the big T, the big heat from the fight. But the reaction to this is like it's equally as funny because you had Eric Trump come out. Oh wait. He deleted this post too? When? Just now? I caught it, Chad. I'm glad I caught it. Eric Trump said, we are aware of the fake AI-generated screenshots being circulated online. I have never spoken to Daniel. He has since deleted his post, which confirms it was clearly fabricated at UFC at Dana White. It's clearly a fake post and obviously never happened. Daniel even deleted the post that didn't exist in the first place, thus proving it was fake. Like, it's so funny because the take is that like, because Daniel posted this. He posted his screenshots that he had with Eric Trump. So is the claim that Daniel made AI generated fake screenshots that he posted and then deleted? Or is the claim that people are AI generating this post from Daniel and also generated the screenshots as well? Like, but then the community note says multiple journalists and eyewitnesses confirmed that Daniel Cormier's posted the screenshots himself before deleting them. Deleting a post from a verified account does not confirm fabrication. and participants in a conversation cannot fall for AI fakes in their own direct messages. Yeah. You were saying that he fell for fake screenshots of his own messages? Yeah, like, was he just scrolling and being like, what? I had DMs with Eric Trump and he was rigging the fight? I have to now post this. I think the AI was texting Daniel asking for tips. No, because he said AI generated screenshots, not like it was like an AI like bot or something. So that doesn't make sense either. Like, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of wild. And Eric Trump is so stupid for thinking that he could do it and not get caught. And now the take is like, oh, he fell for AI screenshots of his own DMs that he had. Did he hallucinate making those DMs too? Did they just appear on his phone that he was speaking to Eric Trump that he doesn't remember, but he had to post it online? But this was Daniel's response. Daniel says that he was hacked. The DM conversation with Eric Trump is not real. Not real. I can't believe you guys believed that. I got hacked or something. What do you mean I got hacked or something? What do you mean? What is the or something? Did you post that post or not? Did you make the screenshots or not? What do you mean I got hacked or something? That's crazy. Get it to them to figure it out. Yeah.
DC, what happened with those posts from Eric Trump?
Not real.
They're not real?
I can't believe you guys believe that. Like, who believes something like that?
Everyone said it was posted on your account.
I got hacked or something. Who believes stuff like that?
Sure. Yeah. No, it's believable. Chad, do you believe him? I believe him. This is an honest and trustworthy person. This is the face of an honest and trustworthy person, for sure. Anyone trying to lie for the first time? What, you guys believe that? What, I can't believe you believe that, right? He's like, well, it's posted on your account. I must have got hacked or something. That's weird. That's crazy. Anyway.
Who believes stuff like that? That's crazy.
So you didn't post it?
Why would I do that?
DC, you're a fucking legend.
Hey, what do you think of Josh Hogan's joke, man? What do you think of Josh Hogan?
Bro, I'm sorry. Groupies are so weird. Groupies are so weird. Like, this is strange. This is a strange. Rose walks in his car. He's like, bro, I love you so much. I don't get doing that for people. I don't understand it.
The journalists that say you posted it are wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. What are you talking about?
I don't know if I believe him, chat. I don't know. Not sure if I believe him.
Welcome. For more content like this.
Okay, whatever. Bro has 3 separate watermarks. Did you need 3? Sure. So yeah, now Eric Trump also deleted this post. So, you know, what that means? I don't know. Was he telling the truth? Was he lying? Who knows? But that's all the information, that's all the context. I don't know if there's anything else when it comes to this event. His dad is popping off. Donald Trump on Truth Social. Our API service is currently unavailable. This could be due to maintenance, high traffic, or temporary outage. We're working to resolve as quickly as possible. If the problem persists, please reach out to our support team. You may also want to try to clear cookies or browser data. This will log you out. Wow. Thank you, IT Trump. This is the advice that I give all of my clients when I worked in IT. He got it so well. He is just like me. He's just like me for real. So yeah, that's the UFC fight that happened here. We'll get into Ethan Klein as well. Talked about this. I'm gonna keep this one open. This. I do want to talk about the COVIDzilla Lego video. 6.3 million views. It's crazy. But I do also want to talk about this video, and then also talk about the Charlie video.
Why?
Apparently there were 2 Charlie videos.
Why?
Apparently there's also a Streamer Awards stuff. There's a Streamer Award conversation. What is this?
Hello, everybody.
It's an hour-long video about Ethan Klein. It was posted yesterday.
There was a big crowd today.
There's so much. It's very well edited. It's a great video. Watched yesterday. We'll add it to the docket. You have Charlie videos on the H3 IDUBBBZ lawsuit. And then I think this is the other video where Charlie was crying about being called like a fence sitter or something. I don't know. I didn't watch it.
I just heard about the H. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be a pretty poisonous topic.
But that's also a conversation. He's still doing that. No, this was 4 days ago. I haven't talked about it. I haven't been live in like 4 days. Got mad at Mike. I heard. Which is like, dang, I should have jumped on this train, bro. Have you checked out the cousin girl's response? Her ex sucks. No. I think I saw a little bit of it. I saw like not a Dick Journal tweet, but like a Clip Farm post about it. And like, I mean, is there any like? I think we already knew that he kind of sucked. You know, he had Goon Cave on his wall. That's not remotely surprising that he also sucked. Well, I'll add it to the docket because there was like a video from her and then like a response video from him. I also want to see this video though, which is Twitch has a fence sitting issue, which I am slightly curious about. But what to start with? What to start with? I watch this is pretty good. Let's start with her. Listen to Black Women first. Sure. How long is it? 23 minutes? Okay, might as well get started. Because then this is 30 minutes, and then this is 30 minutes, and then this video is 15 minutes, and then this video is an hour long. Okay, we'll go in this order. This video, this video, this video, this video, and then this video.
It's important to not fence it and not be vague about these things. But that's exactly why it's important to not fence it and not be vague about these things. Because dangerous people who have literally been convicted of are still getting away scot-free from accountability. I have finally graduated. I walked across the stage, so now I'm back. I can focus on videos. Although I still have 3 classes, so I'm technically not finished. But for now, we gonna chill on that. But over the past few months, I will say, I have seen a pattern of behavior forming on the internet that is quite concerning. When creators are confronted with political questions or topics that directly affect them or their audience, they, instead of answering
all of the recurring characters are here, chat.
It directly, just hop on the fence. And
you saw the videos? No.
right now. This past year has seen fascism escalate at an alarming rate regarding immigration, white supremacy, stripping of fundamental rights. And this is not just in the US, but all across the globe. So these are issues that no doubt affect these creators' audiences and maybe even their own peers. So what motivates these creators to ignore the times we are living in when questioned? And is it the exact same motivations that allow fascism to go uncontested, whether intentional or not? That is what I want to talk about today, this epidemic of fence sitting all across the internet. But before we get into that,
wait, maybe I do wonder, did I make a fence sitting video specifically? I know I talked about these same topics and these same people. I don't think I made a video specifically on like fence sitting. I should have put it in the title. That'd be genius. Wait, I did. Well, okay, I put it in the thumbnail. Fence sitting Ludwig. Where else? I had another one. I guess in why streaming feels different now. I guess I kind of talked about it there. And then I did have the Emaru one. Oh yeah, I did. And Emaru's fence sitting is problematic. Okay. I thought I did. And also an H-Rock video. And ISIS lost to Radical Centuries video as well.
maybe subscribe. That's an idea, you know, it's just a button, you click it, it's right down there somewhere.
For a while there. Honestly, I maybe I'll go back to it.
But I'm pretty sure it lights up when I say subscribe, so pretty easy to find. I also have TikTok, Instagram, Patreon. If you want more exclusive content, those are good places to find it. The biggest, most infamous creators accused of fence-sitting are Ludwig and Moist Critical. I would say they're like the end bosses, the final bosses of centrism online. They are emblematic of a greater theme among streamers.
I will say, I don't know if I fully agree with that. Just because, let me explain. Just because they are the biggest in the space that we occupy, I think Theo Von is technically bigger. Right? And Theo Von also fence-sits in the same way, but he's more like normie-sided and normie-focused than like creator-sided and creator-focused. Right? Like you're more likely to have a coworker that watches like Theo Von than you do watches like Ludwig or even Charlie. And so I think he's technically bigger and larger and more mainstream and also a fence-sitter, but it's not like the exact, you know, it's the same kind of conversation.
And big content creators and picking and choosing what politics are convenient for them. These two only give their political opinion when it's popular or safe to do so. Both Ludwig and Charlie have a history of creating content around internet drama or even sometimes serious political topics. It's been probably almost maybe a decade since Charlie stopped playing games and went into straight commentary on a variety of topics. Ludwig slowed uploads on his Mogul Mail channel after he felt overwhelming pressure and toxicity forming around the channel's content. But before then, he covered a wide range of topics including Twitch and gaming news, but also AI, racist streamers, and crypto scams, and he still uploads on that channel, just as a note. To a normie audience...
Does he still upload on Mogul Mail? I stopped keeping track with the Twitch space. It's It's 11 months ago. It was the Epstein video.
i.e. Ludwig's audience, they may not view these as a note. To a normie audience, i.e. Ludwig's audience, they may not view these things as directly political, but they are. They deal with systematic factors within our society that are protected or intentionally ignored by a governing body. You even see both of them covering or joking about the Epstein files.
I really just forget that Epstein's a pedophile.
Be off the track.
Meat on the beat.
I feel like I saw about this last year too.
Where's the list?
which I would say is a pretty serious thing. It's literally about child sex trafficking, but it's a topic that pretty much everyone across a wide range of political spectrums can agree on. And so it's safe territory. You, as a creator, will not get backlash from talking about it because we all agree, okay? We don't like pedophiles. But this is definitely a marketing strategy created by...
Completely unrelated. Did y'all see that Licari was back? Licari apparently is back and released like a forensic analysis of his hard drive, being like, see guys, I got it analyzed. There's no like CSAM on there. It's just like if you're at that point, if you've arrived at the point where you need to do like a forensic analysis of your hard drives, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta know. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. She'll survive if Licari and Urge Campbell can. Yeah, she'll be fine. Her biggest L was deleting her channels, because that just gave people fuel to add to the fire. You know what I mean? She should have just like went silent. Sykkuno's already back. You know what I mean? Like, she should have just went silent. I think Ellen's still around too. I'm pretty sure. Dang, what happened here? Yeah, he streamed 3 days ago. Like, H-Rock was able to come back, anybody can. H-Rock is back too. That's also the case.
African princess.
Excuse me.
Cinemarxism just subscribed.
But they were 30 months? Jeez Louise. That's like almost 3 years. And cancel doesn't exist. It does exist if you cancel yourself. The only successful cancellation, legitimately, still, was Jenna Marbles. That's it. Because Jenna Marbles decided to leave of her own volition. Same I haven't heard in a while. But other than that, like, you'll always have especially if you reach a certain level, you'll always have a core established audience. But even then, like, Ellen was not like popping like crazy. Like, he maxed out at like, you know, averaging like 2,000 viewers in 2024. Right? And he still has like an established core fan base of like 500 people. You know? Sykkuno came back and Pokey was throwing shit the other day about how quick it was. That's really funny. I didn't see it. Cancellation can work if somebody betrays their own audience. I mean, it depends on what you mean by betrays. I guess technically speaking, like IDUBBBZ stopped making the content he made, and so he lost his like original audience. But he's not like necessarily canceled per se, right? That was the own personal decision that he's made to change himself, right? So I wouldn't even consider that cancellation. Cancellation is not real; it doesn't exist. Usually, one of the few bad apples who at least put some effort in. The others just grifted. Despite all that, I still can't rock with his content. Is canceled for hard R. IDUBBBZ? No, he wasn't. IDUBBBZ came back after he did the Tana Mojo video and was still making content for like another 2 years. Right? To critical acclaim. People loved it before he decided to stop making content. Right? And then years later, he came back and apologized for it. It just hasn't happened. You have to cancel yourself, really. Gosh, really darn it. Also, tell me why I met up with some friends a few days ago, and Graham Plattner came up. And I was doing the good work of converting them into Graham Plattner haters. I didn't bring him up though. To be entirely clear, I did not bring him up. So it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Came out, thought he was pressing you. Oh, I wish. That would be funny. Can I ask what there was what there was ethnically, and how did they respond when you first brought the critique? Ethnically, kind of like the population of Maine. It was more just me being like, you know, somebody brought up Grand Platinum. I was just like, oh, listen, don't get me started on Grand Platinum. And somebody else was like, no, get started on Grand Platinum. Because I think they just didn't really have much of an opinion on Grand Platinum. And so I just explained my my issues and reasons for disliking him. And they agreed. Because my issues and reason for disliking him are valid and just. With the sentiment prior to the conversation. I think they were like, you know, saying like he's the Democrat, he's better than the Susan Collins person or whatever. That kind of thing. They have your Sarah voters? No. Are they Maine voters? Also no. So Chris Pace being like, we have to stop hating white men. They didn't specifically say Platinum, but it was obvious that that was the subject. It was disappointing. That's funny. You just showed them my video I made yesterday or 2 days ago. Not really rigid like the online variants. Most people aren't. Most people in real life, if you explain like leftist critique of Grand Platinum, they'll be like, yeah, that makes sense. I understand that. Right? Online, it's full of public misunderstanders. You know what I mean? I mean, even chatters who come in here with like beef and heat, once they actually start to listen to my perspective, they're like, yeah, that makes sense. I can understand that. Right? We don't have to agree, but they can at least understand my point of view once they start to actually listen to my point of view instead of imagining what my point of view actually is, you know? And when you're in real life, it's way easier to talk to people, actually. So touch grass is my response. Traditional black and white thinking, when it's tiring. It's an online thing.
Puerto Rican vegan
It's objectively an
socialist
online
just
thing.
subscribed. Everyone is just black and white thinking. No pun intended.
They were the
lol.
33 months, by the way.
It's tiring.
I'm gonna think black, me too. I'm much like I'm much more in line with you, but I also want to call those support them bad people, which have been the go-to when they say anything positive. It depends on how they support them, I'll say. If it's critical support, I don't ever criticize somebody who has critical support of Grand Platinum, right? I'm only critical of people who will defend things that are indefensible in any regard, right? If you're like, Grand Platinum is the best option for Maine, I'm not going to criticize you. I'm not even going to disagree with that. I agree with that. I think that's the case, right? My issue is when people are like, you know, lying about his position, saying that Grand Platinum is like anti-war or an anti-Zionist or believes things that he doesn't believe, right? Or that his past and history don't matter and it's irrelevant and he regrets it or anything like that, right? When you start lying about his positions, that's where I take an issue, or that's where I draw an issue with it. Expressing voter turnout in Maine? Yeah, I am doing that indeed. Right, with people saying you're expressing voter turnout in Maine, that is so funny. And honestly, they can believe that, sure. If anything, that's reparations. I am doing that, and it's reparations, right? The black vote in the South is being suppressed. It's only fair if we do that for Maine. It's only fair. We have to do voter suppression to white people as reparations for them doing it to black people. Obviously, that is a joke. I'm not being serious, and I know somebody's going to take that seriously because they love taking black people out of context. So about games, we'll take it. Juneteenth is Friday. Juneteenth is Friday, you're right. I see people say that, but don't know what they mean by it. It's so vague, in my opinion. what is everyone else up for critique about white men? We have to be nice to white men. You don't understand. We have to be nicer to white men. Right. To be also shout out to that one person on Twitter who says that if you're mean to white men, you're doing liberalism, and you have to be nice to white men because that's not liberalism. Parasocialism left is just a massive problem. I agree. I also think the parasocialism across the political spectrum is a problem holistically. Like, I feel so much. This is why I don't reply to people. I'm about to hear you say this and about voting instead of hyperventilating. True. Which, something that I didn't show you and didn't put in my video. Okay, slight Ryan Grimm break. We covered it, I think, a while ago. It was Ryan Grimm on Higher Learning, where he was defending Charlie Kirk. It was 8 months ago. Hold on. Scroll.
Yo. All right, we got a lot to get to on the show today. We have Ryan Grimm from Breaking Points on the show.
Which,
yeah,
we talked about him last time.
Yeah. Right.
Wait. That's what I want to see. Not this one. This one, maybe. Hold. Here.
I have to talk about a deep disappointment right now. This is in the same thing with the Charlie Kirk deal.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm a prop giver. For people don't think that I am, I'm a prop giver.
What did you say that Platter is anti-war? Well, I'm glad you asked, Chatter. I'm glad you have. I have a video literally titled "Is Graham Platter actually anti-war?" where I talk about Graham Platter and why I don't think that he's actually anti-war. I addressed that question directly and specifically in this video. Hey, Chatter.
Address comments. You were hurt.
Wait, this one.
No, I would say you give too many on this podcast.
So I'm going to give more props right now. I'm going to give props to people that I haven't had the chance to have on the podcast yet, but I want to. I'm going to give props to Clay Kane. I'm going to give props to FD Signifier.
You want Clay Kane on?
I want Clay Kane on. Man, look, me and Clay Kane had a disagreement. Clay is a real important voice. Clay gave me the opportunity to go on his podcast and get fucked over by his audience.
I don't know about, what was that?
Oh, I went on his podcast after the comment. Clay is great. Clay is measured. He is intelligent. He is uncompromising. He believes what he believes, whether or not we agree or not. We weren't going to always agree. He's light-skinned. How could we agree? But he's amazing. Clay, FD, Ole and friends. I need to go on. All of these people.
As I mentioned, I don't think he knows who I am.
Are fucking fantastic people. The two podcasts right now.
I actually don't think he doesn't know enough / his position isn't really solidified enough, and thus I think he'd be pretty pliable even if he really doesn't want to. I don't personally agree, but I'm not gonna get into it.
That give me the most hope of any podcasters out there.
Mm-hmm.
The Jam Pod with JJ and the Young Bucks up there in Chicago. Fucking insanely good. And Deontay Kyle from the Grits and Eggs podcast, man. Deontay Kyle, these are the people that I look to. I was on the phone with Deontay not too long ago. He's younger than me, and I was like, how do you tell? Bro, I look up to what it is that you're doing. I have so much faith in it. All of these different podcasters that I love, that I go to, I make sure all of these people that I'm giving props to right now were El Black Pentas, my activist people that I love, Tiffany Lofton.
I don't think he knows who I am. Also, shout out to who are those two guys who were on Hassan's stream? Crash Dummies. Shout out to the Crash Dummies podcast having me blocked on Twitter. I don't know what I did to him, but it was kind of funny when I found that out.
The Philip Agnews, the the DeRay McKelsons, the Alicia Garzas, all of these people that have been a part, Mark Lamont Hill, who if you're not listening to Mark, you're not getting your daily dose with all of these people. I look up to all
That's
of
so
these people.
random.
And
it is pretty random. I've never interacted with them before. To be fair, I make a lot of people mad on Twitter. And I know this because every time I scroll through a viral reply, like a viral tweets replies, I will always see somebody that has me blocked. Always. It's always like a good smattering of people still. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's liberals. Sometimes it's like people who like watch us on. Sometimes it's like Nazis and like people with like Crusader profile pictures. It's always a number of different people. You know what I mean? To have me blocked. I'm like, love that.
And there are some whites, some white platforms that I really go to a lot. Sam and Emma over at the Sam Cedar. And another one I've talked about a lot is Breaking Points. There are 4 main hosts on Breaking Points. There's Sagar, there's Crystal Ball, there's Ryan, and there's Emily. There was a Breaking Points podcast that came out yesterday. And people put this on my radar because they know how much I love the show. That knocked me on my fucking ass. Could not believe it. Ryan and Emily are on this.
Anyone who has you blocked that you actually like? I mean, I don't really know because they have me blocked. So I probably haven't thought about them for a while. I don't usually go checking people's accounts and stuff. Right? I barely tweet. I also don't reply. If you look at my Twitter thread, you will see that I have virtually no replies and very little, a few retweets, and I barely have any likes because I don't use the platform of Twitter, right? I open up the platform, I scroll to get my daily news, I make a tweet or two, and then I close the app. I don't engage with the platform like it's a social media platform because it's bad. It's not good. It's not good for me. And I've been happier since.
If you guys don't know who Ryan Grimm is a voice.
I spent a lot of my time now like studying for the outside. That's kind of what I do. I packing up, I'm cleaning my apartment, I'm studying for the outside.
Breaking Points, but he's also in charge of Drop Site News. And if you are looking for news, particularly news on the Israel-Palestine genocide, which Bernie Sanders is kind of admitted is a genocide.
I want to have the choice. I want to have the option of going to law school. And so the score doesn't expire for 5 years. And once I start my master's degree program, I won't have time to study anyway. And so I'm just going to take it before I start. And then use that score to apply if I want to. PhD time, master's. Or PhD. After I finish my master's, I'm either going to go get my PhD or get my JD. It's just a matter of who pays me most to do it. Right? So once I finish my master's program, I will apply for both PhD programs and for law school. And whichever ones that I like pays me more to do it, then I'll do that. Collecting degrees like Pokemon. Yeah, I'm not paying my degrees back anyway. So like I'm at the point where like I'm going to be paying student loans back my entire life anyway. Might as well just get all the degrees I want to. And I want to do it. If I do my plan correctly, and I'll continue this in a second. If I do my plan correctly, I will have my master's degree and some kind of a terminal degree by the time I'm 30. Right? And so that gives me a good long road of time where I can get whatever job that I want to and pick my career. And then I can stop whatever my career is in order to become a professor and do that as my retirement job. That's my idea. I don't see a person who actually cares about paying student loans. I mean, it hits your credit for sure. And credit sucks and it's bad. But you know, if we're not buying a house anyway, so it doesn't matter. Got a master's in teaching pre-COVID, then I decided I don't like managing children. Well, then you just teach at the profession, the collegiate level, and teaching other people how to teach children, so you don't have to deal with that. You choose your face card. I don't know if that's how that works. Anyway, let's continue with this, and then we'll finish this video off as well.
Drop Site News is a valuable resource. It's an unbelievably valuable resource. Everyone right now is looking for ways to contextualize the assassination of Charlie Kirk in light of what's happened after his assassination. What's happened after his assassination is a tremendous amount of political and cultural animus, and also a crackdown on free speech, and also an attempt to whitewash the legacy of Charlie Kirk. This was a conversation on Breaking Points with Ryan and Emily last night. About 45 minutes, this conversation starts to happen. And we're going to play this. This is like 10 minutes long.
You want to play the whole thing?
No. At times, I'm going to lean on Donnie
right video. This is the right
to
video.
jump in and stop it when we need to make points. Maybe we don't get to the whole 10 minutes. But at times, I'm going to lean on Donnie to jump in. Donnie, me, you, and Rachel are on the same. Are you with us, Donnie? You fucking with us?
Okay, we're going to.
You fucking Donnie. Let Ryan talk and then we'll jump in.
But so right leading into the Iowa caucuses, Trump assassinated Qasem Soleimani. Again, this is a Trump move. Trump set up a peace deal. He asked Iraq to broker some peace talks with Iran and the IRGC, which brought Qasem Soleimani, who was the head of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, brought him to Baghdad. He flies into the civilian airport of Baghdad. He's in a car with his aides, and we drone strike him as he's on the way to these like peace talks. Sound familiar? We did it to Iran several years later. We just did it to Hamas a couple weeks ago. It's the most cowardly thing and counterproductive thing you can do. You put out a peace deal, and then your adversaries gather to consider this peace deal, and then you kill them. Cowardly, disgusting. And so every Democrat put out a statement saying, I deplore Qasem Soleimani's life and work. He's responsible for the killing of thousands of Americans, probably American troops in the Iraq War in the 2000s, as well as kind of a leading figure of building up the axis of resistance. And so every single Democrat said, I disagree with him.
Chatter, I'm not going to explain to you my position on Graham Plattner. We're not doing Graham Plattner Power Hour today. If you want to watch my video about why I said that Graham Plattner is not anti-war, you can do that. Otherwise, I don't care what you have to think about that. I genuinely don't care. If you care what I have to say, you can watch my video talking about that subject directly. If you don't, I don't care. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm not going to stop the stream just so I can explain to you my position on Graham Plattner for the 12th time that I've already given. Like, no beef. I just don't want to do it right now.
Who he is. However, Trump should not have done this, cold blood, this extra legal assassination. Except Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders' statement was clear and unequivocal. You do not assassinate figures like this. Like, this is not how we do things in the world. And you save your critique of the person for later because
it's beside the point.
The critique then justifies the killing in a way. And everyone on the left understood that in the moment. And everyone jumped on Elizabeth Warren and all the other Democrats who led with a mealy-mouthed, I hate what this guy stands for.
Pause.
However.
Now, let's say, and since Ryan said that he's not comparing Charlie Kirk to Soleimani, I'll also say that I'm not comparing Charlie Kirk to Soleimani. But because he used him, I have to use him. Let's say that all of that stuff happened. And then after that happened to Soleimani. People then lionized him. Let's say that after that, people here in the United States flew flags at half-staff and put his face back up on the Jumbotron and held very special episodes of podcasts and television shows.
Ryan Gruden's point, essentially, is that the Democrats understand that if you don't condemn this, and if you are critiquing this person after they were assassinated, you're actually kind of justifying and killing the killing of this person. And that's basically with Charlie Kirk, right? This is a liberal perspective that Ryan Grimm has, by the way, right? Yeah, I'll skip past Van's editorializing a little bit to get back to the video.
He minds Trump
is the president of the United States.
To have conversation and contextualization around something, but they did not stop. They did not stop. Continue.
I think description from his perspective.
Right. And he says the chief proponent of which is the president of the United States.
Yeah.
You can't kill everybody who agrees with the president.
And again, this is Donald Trump won the popular vote this time. Charlie Kirk was winning hearts and minds on social media. There are a lot of people who followed that guy. He had a lot of fans. Donald Trump has a lot of fans. There are a lot of people who believe what Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump believe. And some of them, by the way, Sagar and I believe some of what Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk believe. And it is just the idea that we've inflated, and Ryan, you wrote a fantastic piece about
this. Is interesting because these are the same two people, by the way. These are the same two people who were talking about we're being too mean to white men. By the way, they're the same people. That's not a crystal ball now.
About this I always talk about, but elephant in the Zoom, about the overinflation of definitions that the left has engaged in. And I'm not, again, saying the right doesn't do it too, and I shouldn't even be doing this throat clearing, again, because a conservative was just shot in cold blood on a college campus. But that's a real problem, I think, that the left has had over the last 10 years, is overinflating some of these definitions. Racism, bigotry, sexism, misogyny. Again, there are real practical, literal definitions of some of those terms that can be applied to people on the right. Like, I'll debate whether I'm...
I want you guys to listen to what's about to happen right now. They're about to talk specifically about Charlie Kirk's statements on Ketanji Brown Jackson, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Michelle Obama. I want you to listen closely here. Listen closely.
That's the argument, but it's literally not true. Like, Charlie Kirk did not believe that people were inferior because of their race. He did not believe that.
No, apparently her name is also Emma, but this is the Emma from Breaking Points, not Emma from the Majority Report. Different Emma.
Not true. Like, Charlie Kirk did not.
It's the person that we looked at here, right? Her or Emily, Emily. I don't know which one it is. Emily. It is Emily. Right? You are correct. Emily. Who you know? I like that. That's funny. Or did she say the salmon I believed in? She didn't. She said Sagar, who's a part of Breaking Points. Y'all need to listen. Pay attention.
On Ketanji Brown Jackson, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Michelle Obama. I want you to listen closely here. Listen closely.
That's the argument, but it's literally not true. Like, Charlie Kirk did not believe that people were inferior because of their race. He did not believe that. His quotes in context did not say that, and he didn't live his life that way. He worshipped with people of all faith, of all stripes and all different backgrounds. He had turning point outreach to young Black conservatives, young Black Americans. He was like nothing but compassionate towards gay conservatives when he was in conversation with them. So disagree with how he handles those things, sure, but to impugn him. And
isn't that interesting? How people didn't necessarily enjoy my characterization of these two as racist when they're like agreeing with Charlie Kirk and defending Charlie Kirk, and we're surprised when they're using Charlie Kirk rhetoric, right? 8 months later, when it comes to like defending white men and the sensibilities of white men and how the left is too mean to white men. You know what I mean? But again, there's never any critique of the way that they operate. There's never any if a conservative or even if a fence-sitting liberal said the stuff that they're saying here, right? These like same leftists would be outraged by like, wow, how are they agreeing with Charlie Kirk or whatever?
I live like a capitalist.
You would FDR liberals here? Exactly, right? Isn't that weird? It's weird, isn't it?
Buster Topen 420 just subscribed.
It's weird. I busted open. Thank you for the 2 months. Much appreciated. But I feel like, did we meet at the event a few days ago? I met somebody at an event a few days ago, and they told me that their Twitch name. I recognized your name. Told me that their Twitch name was Busted Open 420, and it was just in the back of my mind when I saw your name pop up. That's so funny. Hello, it was nice to meet you. Unforgettable. The name is unforgettable. It's an unforgettable name. Anyway, her name is Emily. I was supposed to say Emma again. Emily and Ryan Grimm.
As an avid...
Wrong one. This one. Not this one. This one.
thinks people are lesser than in like actual, like their worth as human beings. That's a different question than what you think the policy implications.
Emily or Emily? I think it's Emily. I think it's the second one. I don't ask about her name though. Maybe she's spelled it the first way.
Of his beliefs are, and that's what I think gets really, really dangerous.
Yeah, and one of the quotes that I see going around all the time is where he said something like, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to wonder if they're worse.
Yes.
And I understand why everyone on the left sees that as a completely racist thing to say.
Yeah,
If you see a black person and your mind goes inferior, the point that he was trying to make, I'm not defending here, but the point he was trying to make was because of the existence of, in their minds, quotas. I don't think there are quotas, but let's say there were in his mind, he thinks there are quotas where affirmative action requires an airline to hire X number of black candidates, whether or not they have X number of black qualified candidates. That's in his mind. So his mind then says, oh, this person was hired to fill this quota. So what he's saying is affirmative action actually fuels racism rather than redresses racism. So I mean,
that's what Ryan Grimm believes, by the way. Right? Maybe not exactly in verbatim, but like Ryan Grimm has expressed similar sentiments. Like, Ryan Grimm is against DEI. This is what Keith Edwards was saying on Twitter. Like, he just said, not that I agree. Yeah, but he does agree. He does. He might not necessarily agree with, like, if he sees a black person, he'll think, I don't know if they're qualified. But he does think that affirmative action is an impediment to class consciousness, and we need to center white sensibilities because, like, affirmative action in DEI is, like, getting in the way of building that wider movement. You know? Or as I understand that you still need to be qualified to fly a plane. Well, you know, Charlie Kirk is like, well, probably not for black people.
That's the point he's making there.
Right.
Which is a different point than the one that I think people were jumping on for. And with, you know, he was, you know, coming after Sheila Jackson Lee and Michelle Obama, saying that they don't have the brain power, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they don't have the brain power, that they needed affirmative action. Like, I think that's just objectively ridiculous. Like, I think they obviously are extremely smart women. But what he was saying is that they said that they benefited from affirmative action.
Right. So you then
so he's like, well, if you're saying that, what you're acknowledging. So, you know, it's getting down in the weeds of and a lot of his following does have.
Like, Ryan Grimm holds racist beliefs about affirmative action, right? I don't want to say about black people specifically, but he holds racist beliefs about affirmative action. He does. He believes the same things that Charlie Kirk does about affirmative action and DEI. He thinks that people who are unqualified are being promoted over qualified white people, and that is a bad and poor and a wrong thing. Right? Charlie Kirk thinks that DEI is preventing class consciousness. Not necessarily class consciousness, but like the same kind of rhetoric, which is that like white people who are being harmed by the existence of like DEI and affirmative action endeavors. Ryan Grimm holds racist beliefs, but he thinks he's does it more reasonably than a lib. He does it more reasonably. He's a lib. Yeah, it's the same like white racist intellectual kind of thing, right? He thinks that he's coming at it from an intellectual approach. Therefore, it justifies it, and he thinks it's different than the way that Charlie Kirk comes about it because he does it from a or that other conservatives, not even Charlie Kirk, other conservatives do it because they do it from an emotional perspective. He thinks that it can't be racist because he doesn't like emotionally hate black people, right? But the idea that black people are being promoted to positions of power, right, and they're unqualified, and that is happening over qualified white people, that is unfair to those white people, is a racist belief, right? Because if you genuinely stood for the liberation of black people, and you understood the historical significance of slavery and the historical context behind the continuation of systemic racism, what you would know and what you would understand is that there has to be some, what's the word? There has to be some, I don't know the word, like fix, right? There's some way to fix that disparity. Ben legit hates black people, and I think that they're all criminals. Ryan doesn't. I mean, I don't like to try to engage with trying to understand the internal like mindset of racists, right? We could sit there and argue whether or not Ben Shapiro genuinely believes black people are inferior, or Charlie Kirk genuinely believes that black people are inferior, or Ryan Grimm genuinely believes that black people are inferior, right? This is more about the rhetoric that they are producing, right? And the rhetoric that he's producing is directly aligned with the stuff that Charlie Kirk produces or produced. You know, my bad, bro. The point is, it's an intellectualizing approach because it's the output that matters. I don't think it's output is all that matters, but that definitely is an important thing to consider, right? Right, but even then, like his co-host here is saying that Charlie Kirk doesn't actually hate black people. You know what I mean? Which is why I don't want to get into that debate about whether or not what they actually believe, because I can think that Charlie Kirk does hate black people or did hate black people because he's dead, right? And then somebody could be like, oh, he actually doesn't. You know, he actually doesn't hate black people because of what I think. Right? What matters is the rhetoric that they're espousing. You know what I mean? And that's kind of it. And that's a problem.
Bias against black people.
Stop.
I think significant.
Okay, so we're going to play Charlie Kirk's words now on Sheila Jackson Lee and Michelle Obama and Ketanji Brown Jackson. And then I'm going to tell you guys.
Not Michelle Obama, Kamala Harris.
Excuse me, Kamala. It wasn't Michelle Obama?
Oh, I thought it was Kamala Harris.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
He would have thrown either one of them in there, too.
Yeah. We're going to play what Charlie Kirk said, and then we're going to tell you guys what Ryan is missing.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out.
I'm sorry, I can't take this seriously because it feels like AI, because I've seen too many AI Charlie Kirks.
They're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
Stop the goddamn clip. Okay, let's have a conversation with Ryan Grimm and Emily over at Breaking Points. Let's talk to them. We know. We know you're not as smart. So the affirmative action part of this is him. This was framed on their show as saying they came out and said that they were affirmative action beneficiaries. Therefore, we must assume that they weren't as smart. No, that's not what he said. What he said.
That is also not what affirmative action is. And I would expect a leftist, right? Supposed leftist, not Emily, but like Ryan Grimm, to combat that. I would expect him to be like, well, obviously that's not the case. Or even a journalist, right? Well, obviously that's not the case. Obviously the idea that like just because somebody got to their position because of affirmative action or DEI does not mean that they're inherently less qualified, because the goal of affirmative action is not to make unqualified people, put unqualified people in these positions. It's to correct the disparity so that qualified black people are not picked last in the dodgeball game. You know what I mean? He was white lefties you're talking about who secretly despised BLM. Yeah.
It was, we knew that you weren't as smart, and the fact that you are a beneficiary of affirmative action is not a surprise. We know you don't have the brain processing power.
Like I think a good example of this, I'll use my own experience as an example. My first internship that I got, right, was at a tech company and doing software development. I got that internship because I was scrolling through like LinkedIn and I saw a post that said there was an internship at this company and there were 4 different pillars, right? You had veteran, women, black, and neurodivergent. And they had 4 different programs that you could apply for if you were part of one of those communities or one of those groups. And it was a program specifically for you at that company, right? And there was also a program for, just a normal internship program that like anybody could apply for, but they had specific subsets of those programs that you could apply for if you were part of these groups, right? I applied for it and I got that internship and I did that job, right? And then while I was also doing that job, I also started making content and stuff. It's not important. But I have since at that point, like, gone extraordinarily viral for my coding and tech skills, right? That I was also putting into place at this job as well, right? And so it's not necessarily that I wasn't qualified for that position. I could have probably applied for the position at the normal internship and potentially got in that as well, right? But it's for people who don't necessarily have the same opportunities. If you look at the tech ecosystem and you see a lack of black people, it's like, well, let's see if we can try to correct this, right? Not like lower the standards, but let's look at black people for a portion of this entire group. So instead of this cohort being 200 white people, right, or 200 like non-black people, it's, you know, maybe 150 white people and 20 black people, and then like, you know, 30 whatever, right? That's what the role of affirmative action DEI is. It's seeing a disparity and trying to correct that disparity, because you realize that the current industry that you exist in is racist. There are people who are currently in positions of power who, when they see a black name, will throw out the resume, right? Like, college admission is skewed against the black experience. It is. And it's done for a number of different reasons that are traced back to slavery. And in order to fix that disparity, you have to specifically do targeted work in order to correct that disparity, right? It's like, imagine you have a paint bucket, right? A bucket of paint. And it's all white. It's like white paint. And you're like, okay, well, we need to change this white paint. And so we're going to add more paint to make this white paint blue. And you end up adding 10 parts white paint, right? 1 part blue paint. And you're surprised when it's not getting as blue as you want. Like, okay, we need to add more paint. You add another 10 parts white paint, 1 part blue paint. You're like, why is it still like pretty pale? That's weird. And then you're just like, okay, what if I don't add any more white paint and I just add more blue paint? Right? And you add just blue paint and then you realize that the paint is now changed colors, right? More dramatically. Right? It's sort of like that. You're never going to like fully correct the disparity to the way that it needs to be corrected if you keep engaging with society in the same white supremacist frameworks. You have to do targeted correction. You have to look at the state of society and realize that if we keep going and doing like normal behavior, because we live in a white supremacist society, it will still be white supremacist in nature. And in order to correct that, we have to go, like, you know, out of our way to give opportunities to people who never have those opportunities. Right?
Why wouldn't they have the brain processing power? Why? And by the way, as it relates to everything that they were saying in that clip, I wonder why it's okay to have a conversation that whitewashes and contextualizes Charlie Kirk's words to make him look better, or to explain to us why he's not a racist or why he wasn't a racist, but why it's not okay to have that conversation in general. What they said was, when the assassination happens, you should decry the assassination, talk about how it's wrong, and that's it. Then they went on to have a conversation about contextually who Charlie Kirk was. Only the conversation that they were having was one that was saying, don't listen to exactly what you're hearing. Listen to our interpretation of it. What Charlie Kirk said is that we know that you're not smart enough to do this on your own. And then he didn't stop there. He says, so you have to take a white person's spot. He did not say you have to take an Asian person's spot. You have to take a Latino person's spot. He said you have to take a white person's spot. The fucking affirmative action thing was brought about by Asian students. They were the ones that broke it. So he went back to his operating system right there is saying, we know you're not as smart as white people. So when you get there, this is the reason why. Last thing I'll say. They go on in this clip to say how it's important to contextualize the Trump and MAGA movement as a whole, and Charlie Kirk as an extension of that movement. Because if
Charlie Kirk and racism, bigotry, sexism has never been in a sentence over at breaking points, I can't expect that to be a needle in the haystack. Yeah.
Preaching violence against Charlie Kirk, then you are preaching violence against everybody that is MAGA. And that includes a large percentage of the population because they want a popular vote. Here's the thing though. They then shrink Charlie Kirk's worldview to only him. Meaning when he uses DEI, he is talking about a specific issue as it relates to the qualifications of black people and something that promotes racism. However, we have heard the MAGA version of DEI be used for people who in no way...
Anyway, I want to see Ryan Grimm's like responses as well. And then we'll get back to the main video. I think this is slightly important.
Listener to Breaking Points.
But that's the context. Excuse me.
I'm happy that he's agreed to come on the podcast. Didn't think it was going to happen.
See, and that's the thing that I want the Thought Warriors to understand.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, on the last podcast, we talked a little bit about one of my favorite podcasts, Breaking Points, and some of the coverage of Charlie Kirk's death that was coming.
And for added context, I know that I showed you a lot. Ryan Grimm and Emily's take was that, well, Emily first said that Charlie Kirk is actually not racist or does not hate black people. That was her take. Ryan Grimm did not disagree. But it was also just that when Charlie Kirk says affirmative action, what he's saying is that from his worldview, it is a racist policy because you are promoting unqualified people to take the spots of qualified people based on their race, and that is inherently racist. Ryan Grimm also did not critique that.
Breaking Points. We were pretty critical of some of the way that we thought Charlie Kirk's rhetoric is being lionized and whitewashed in the media, and we were critical of that.
Imagine if black people actually had the motion like leftists think they did. Ryan Grimm would be out of a career
from Breaking Points. Yeah. And I keep telling you guys this, Drop Site News is joining us on Higher Learning today. We appreciate you joining us, Ryan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate you having me here.
Did you hear the podcast at all from this past Thursday?
A little bit, not much though.
Okay. Is there anything that you took issue with in terms of our characterization of you guys and the way you looked at some of the narratives coming out of Charlie Kirk's death?
I didn't listen to it enough of it.
Okay.
You want to like do the context, and maybe for people who didn't listen on Thursday?
Certainly. The context is this. I was alerted to what you guys were saying by people who have heard me talk about how much I love Breaking Points and how much I love Drop Site. And they were saying, Van, you should listen.
Wait a minute. They took a wrong turn here. That kind of thing. Yeah.
They said, you should listen from about 45 minutes on about the way they talked about Charlie Kirk's death. And I did listen. I think they know me, the audience, and they knew that I would be confused by some of what I heard. Now, before we get into exactly my interpretation of what was said, Donnie, can you just play a little bit of what Ryan and Emily had to say about reaction to Charlie Kirk?
Before Trump 2. It happened during Trump 1.
His death.
Yeah, and one of the quotes that I see going around all the time is where he said something like, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to wonder if they're worse.
Yes.
And I understand why everyone
willing to overlook the
on the left sees that as
that's not entirely surprising. I have not seen him say those words, but like, it's not entirely surprising.
You see a black person and your mind goes inferior. The point that he was trying to make, I'm not defending him here, but the point he was trying to make was because of the existence of
Jeremy Scahill has the same takes
in their minds.
I haven't seen Jeremy Scahill weigh in on Charlie Kirk. I don't know.
There are quotas, but let's say there were in his mind, he thinks there are quotas where affirmative action requires an airline, to hire X number of black candidates, whether or not they have X number of black qualified candidates. That's in his mind. So his mind then says, oh, this person was hired to fill this quota. So what he's saying is affirmative action actually fuels racism rather than redresses racism. So I agree or disagree with that. Like, that's the point he's making there.
What do you mean agree or disagree with that? Like, do you agree or disagree with that? Like,
which is a different point than the one that I think people were jumping on him for. And with, he was, coming after Sheila Jackson Lee and Michelle Obama, saying that they don't have the brain power, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they don't have the brain power that they needed affirmative action. Like, I think that's just objectively ridiculous. Like, I think they obviously are extremely smart women. But what he was saying is that they said that they benefited from affirmative action.
Right. So you then
so he's like, well, if you're saying that, what you're acknowledging is so it's getting down in the weeds.
You can stop it right there. Now, before we get into the conversation, I do want to play the black lesbian clip from Charlie Kirk, where just play that for Ryan. And I want to get his response to that clip.
Surgeon and flight are the top two, where it's like no one really cares when it's HR managers. No one cared when it was, just kind of paper shufflers or even engineers. But now when it's like, wait,
yeah, can I just say, I think that haircut is definitely, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you have that haircut, and I'll leave it at that.
Wait, hold on a second. You're going to remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian?
Yeah. Well, you bring these.
Did
okay,
you have
I
to
say
go
this all.
What he said was he wanted somebody more cookie cutter to remove his appendix. Do you see why Black Americans, Black people, have an issue with someone singling out somebody for their racial identity and their sexual identity and saying that they don't want that person to operate on them?
Oh yeah, and also like to say it like in such a crass manner as that is
yeah, that's the problem. It's about how crass it was. If he just said, I just want the person to operate on me who's just the most qualified, right? If he did the double speak thing, then it would have been okay to Ryan.
Also giving away the game there. Now, there are other ways that people look at this. For instance, I have a sense that white men in particular, not necessarily now, but let's say 10 years ago, and also for the couple hundred years before that, had a huge leg up in the United States, whether it's getting into medical school or anything else. Just if you're a white man, like things were kind of laid out for you. And so if you see a white man, you would have the same, like say 20 years ago, you see a white man, like, oh, did this person get the job on their merit or because they're just a white man? That
nobody said that, Ryan. What is he talking about? People were not saying that 20 years ago. Nobody says that because they're seen as the default. If you see a white doctor, you're just like, oh, it's a doctor. And in 2005,
knew the right people. So like when you have a system that is genuinely not meritocratic and is giving people a boost, like for 200 years here in the United States for white men, then the point is it raises questions in people's minds, like, is this person then the best qualified for this job? Because you're excluding, in that case, all women and all non-white people, from this. So are we really getting the most qualified people? So it's not.
And if this is the case, and that what he's telling is actually happening, it didn't happen, but even if it's the case, right? What is his solution to that problem? Because like DEI and affirmative action were like attempted solutions to try to fix that problem. Again, they were like half steps. They weren't like perfect solutions, but they were attempts to try to fix that problem. Because they acknowledged that, what's the word? That disparity. It acknowledged that disparity existed and that it needed to be corrected.
That doesn't just come from that angle. But yeah, absolutely. Like I think the way that he talks about race in general easily leaves people with the impression that he's bigoted. Like, and he's not.
Also leaves them with the impression that he's a bigot. Is he actually a bigot though, Ryan?
He's not trying. Like,
I still haven't seen Ryan Grimm call Charlie Kirk a racist. Have not seen it yet.
Do that but in like for instance in the clip that you just played, yeah, like he has this like intellectual argument about why if he sees a black lesbian, because he thinks that there's quotas that unfairly elevated her, he's not going to think that she's qualified. The way he's saying it just comes across as gross.
They get into the intellectual argument in a second, chat.
Ani, play the LaQuisha clip.
When I get on, I don't want to hear that in the context of Charlie Kirk.
On an airplane, I want my pilot to be like, hi, this is Chad. Maybe like a little bit of a Southern accent.
Chad Buckworth here. No, Chad. This is my 31,000th hour. I'm kind of bored, honestly.
Yeah, I could do this in my
Charles,
sleep. But
exactly. I want just like cookie cutter, like.
Pilot.
Yeah, this is so easy to me. I don't want LaQuisha James.
They have
who
that like
comes up,
pilot voice.
and she's just like, "Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Pray for me."
And the truth is it's just this is a creation that the left wanted.
Yeah,
that's highly, directly, and unambiguously racist.
Yeah, for sure. And it goes back.
What is funny? How many people see black doctors? Teen charged with pretending to be a doctor. I never said I was an MD. You know what's very funny about this? I was literally just watching Suits like yesterday. And that is like it happens more than once, which is like somebody pretends to have credentials that they don't have, actually. It happens more than once in that show specifically. So like, true. Didn't he get out and do it again?
To his
just be so
critique.
Good. Okay, say no more. I'm on season 1. Please, no spoilers. No spoilers.
Of affirmative action. You're right. You understand? Like his critique of for sure. And it goes back to his critique of affirmative action. You're right. You understand? Like he's presenting it, like I said, in a crass and a racist way. And I actually think, like, I'm a supporter of affirmative action. Like I think the decades and centuries of structural racism have not been overcome, and we ought to have affirmative action policies in place. But what by
the way, he cheered on the destruction of DEI. By the way, before this happened, so it was like, did he get in front of black people? He was like, actually, I like affirmative action, guys. I'm actually not against affirmative action. Please don't say I'm against affirmative action.
Saying is that for white guys like him, it makes him wonder if the people who are boosted through that affirmative action, have gotten there on a completely clean and level playing field.
So you say later,
and the other point that he made,
and then cutting off a black woman, tisk,
is that a lot of successful black people make that same critique. Whether it's Ketanji Brown Jackson or Michelle Obama, and say, like, when people look at me, are they looking at me as somebody who rose because of my talent and merit, or because of my affirmative action? It's like because it's embedded in the entire.
That's actually not the critique that a lot of like successful black people face. There are some like petit bourgeois successful black people who do say that because they are capitalists, and it also adhere to white supremacy. The same people who are like, don't call me a black doctor, just call me a doctor or whatever. Like people like that who are just like, I don't want to call it like low racial self-esteem, but a little bit low racial self-esteem, where it's like, I want people to make sure that they know that I got here on my merit and not based on my race, even though, like, your race played a role in you, like, holding you back, and why you need to work so hard to get there in the first place. You can't just kind of reduce it down to just being completely like outside of the conversation, because that does affect how you engage with society. That's a wider conversation though, right? Right. But like, that's not asking like, or talking about the fact that they're like affirmative action DEI have been gutted. And even then it overwhelmingly disproportionately helped white women specifically. So yeah, if you look at the few black people who have, it's like the survivorship bias, right? It's like the little plane that has the holes in it, right? It's like that. What was that noise? I think it was a subscription. I can't read it though. YouTube sub, baby? Yeah, I think it was. Anyway, yeah, that's my first point.
Kind of structure of it.
When you were talking, you said the intellectual argument that he was trying to make, but then later you acknowledged that what he said is racist. So to me, it's not an intellectual argument.
He said that it could be perceived as racist.
It's a racist argument, and I think one of the things.
Tom is a former coach, is a perfect example of this. You are the first black coach to do X. I'm just a coach.
that we took issue with, that when you were having that conversation with Emily on the last podcast, is that it seemed to be, like you say on the podcast, that you acknowledge that a lot of his following does have a bias against black.
No, he said it could be perceived as racist. We just watched it. He's what he said. He said that it shapes people's perception of him being Charlie Kirk as racist. Right? He didn't call Charlie Kirk racist.
People. So what does that say then as why those people listen to Charlie Kirk? His following has a bias towards black people, but they listen to Charlie Kirk because it feeds into that. Can't you say that? It's not as simple as saying, well, Sheila Jackson Lee acknowledged that she is a product of affirmative action. Charlie Kirk doesn't just say that and say, well, I wonder if people question the merits. He goes on to say, they don't have the brain processing power. And if they do have that position, they stole it from a white person, which you conclude from that then that they are inferior. There is absolutely no way that they have the brain power to have that type of job. They only got it because they stole it. That is a racist comment. Do you agree?
I think it's very clear what he's doing. He's appealing. He's appealing to that audience. Yeah, no doubt about that.
Can I ask a question?
He also didn't say he agreed. I just want to point that out. He didn't say he agreed.
To you, why the interest in laundering the reputation or rhetoric of Charlie Kirk?
It's making more and more sense.
This is the most frustrating part of this.
And it's equally as frustrating that, again, as I talked about in my video, right? This isn't discussed by anybody who is white, right? I've been saying this for a while because I saw this a while ago as well. Ryan Grimm has been on this tip for a long time, But white people are allowed to just ignore this because they're not affected by this rhetoric. And so they're able to ignore it and be like, well, he's just a good journalist, though. So, he's just a good journalist. Who cares? He's a good journalist. Who cares, So they're able to completely ignore that this is the case. So if you're wondering why or how people got are on the side of rooting for Marjorie Taylor Greene or Tucker Carlson, this is a pretty similar thing, right? It's the same thing of people being like, you will never get me to disregard or disrespect anybody who says Israel is bad or whatever. And it's it's the same sort of thing, right? Which you are able to acknowledge that somebody is correct on a certain issue without completely disregarding the fact that their other rhetoric could be poor and bad, or it could be better in general. You know what I mean? You can acknowledge that, and that's fine. Yeah, here's a link to this. Yes, on platform bad up and out. That's also part of the conversation as well, right? It's not even it's you'll find it very quickly. It's a lot of white men, right? People's brains turn off when it comes to seeing white men, and they get a lot of grace, inherently so, because there's low expectations. You don't expect to see a white man who's down for the cause, because white men overwhelmingly support Republicans. Of any demographic, white men are the most staunch supporters of Republicans. And so you see a white man who's not doing that, it's seen as way more transformative, right?
We do have the brain processing power. And one of the things that we use our brain processing power for is to analyze and identify threats.
That too.
That language, the LaQuisha language, that's a slur. There's no, we could go down the rabbit hole of this. There's no way around it. And a larger question is,
as he appeared a few years ago, people care more about a white guy doing plus 40, but only get above the line compared to a person of color doing plus 5 and being far above the line. Yes.
quote unquote friends on the left that we listen to, that we get our global world takes from, that do the great work. Why are you interested in telling us that Charlie Kirk wasn't such a bad guy?
Well,
good question. It's actually a good question. Actually, a really good question.
Let me a couple things on that. I'm not trying to say that anybody shouldn't think he's a bad guy. If somebody wants to think they're a bad guy, they should think that. What I'm trying to do in the immediate days afterwards was get more accurate information about what he was saying out. So, for instance,
yeah, but like, does he not realize that like that's the defense of Charlie Kirk? That is it. Why? Like, why do you need to defend his legacy? Why? Why do you need to defend his legacy? How does it serve you to defend Charlie Kirk's legacy? They were in love, John. I thought Charlie Kirk was in love with Candace Owens. Was he cheating on Candace Owens with Ryan Grimm? Right? At the very least, Candace Owens was trying to find out who actually killed him. Ryan Grimm was just like, no, I need to defend his honor. The Power Vacuum release showed how many people truly loved Charlie from afar. Yeah. Polygamist? That's fair.
The Nation and a bunch of other people were sharing a quote related to that airline situation that was inaccurate. The quote that they were sharing was,
"Why do you care?" Like, I'm sorry, if somebody like misquotes David Duke, I'm not gonna be like, "Well, guys, we have to be actually honest about how David Duke is being quoted. This is actually unfair to David Duke. I must correct the record about why David Duke is being misquoted or whatever." Like, what is? How does it serve you? Like, why are you doing this? Or actually, they said something different. To be fair, they do say that.
Don't have the brain processing power. Like, that was the quote.
He named specific black women, yeah.
Right. And then but now I understand, like, as soon as I say that, it sounds like running cover for him. That sounds like,
it doesn't just sound like it. It's what it is. But sure, I think it's decent that he's actually acknowledged that, like, yeah, maybe him running defense for this racist as soon as he died, because people are upset at him, does look bad. That's growth, maybe, potentially, I guess.
Whitewashing.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, well, it's still pretty awful that he's saying this about these four particular women who are obviously extremely talented, smarter than he is.
Sorry, was. Smarter than he was.
But as a news person, I want people to have this precise information so that they can make their judgment from that precise information. And trying to.
Why? Why do you care? Genuinely. Why does Ryan Grimm of Dropsite News care that Charlie Kirk is being misquoted after death, like post-mortem? Why does he care? That is a valid question to ask. What does he have to gain by correcting the record for Charlie Kirk? He's gonna vote for Platter if he does it. Do you think that's why Ryan Graham is defending Platter so much? He's like, think about the fact that Charlie Kirk would love Graham Platter. Charlie Kirk would probably be a leftist if he was still alive. And he would have voted for Graham Platter.
As much as I can, give the other sides of it so that people can think through that. But then more to your point, and to be like completely honest, I think, and this isn't just me, and maybe you tell me if this applied to you guys at all, too. I think the expansion from, this like insane violence that is like not directed and just as and it's just a byproduct of.
But this was a very directed act of violence. This was extraordinarily targeted. Like
people's like alienation and anger has been, for 2 decades now, aimed at schools, aimed at malls.
And it aimed at you're saying like Charlie Kirk being assassinated is like akin to like a school shooting? He was a propagandist who somebody took issue with his rhetoric, right? And you can have a problem with that, but you can't equate that to like normal violence due to alienization. You just can't. It's closer to anarchist political assassination that used to happen a lot. For it did happen at a school. Yeah, but that's not what he's speaking about. That's not what he's talking about.
Churches, synagogues, places where people congregate. Now it's expanded to pundit types. People who are on YouTube. And I think there's just reflecting on.
And I'm on YouTube. That makes a lot of sense. He sees himself in Charlie Kirk. He is Charlie Kirk. He carries the flame.
Last week or so, I think there's just no way that as a person, I didn't absorb that and think about that. Yeah. And thinking like, not scared because I like.
No, I don't mean it as in a pejorative.
No. Like, because I've always, the work I do has brought, up until this point, enormous amounts of threats, but it's always been from basically, state actors. Mm-hmm. So I limit like, where I travel and that sort of thing. And, we're in this business, we get like cranks constantly reaching out, but it's easy to separate the cranks. Once in a while they come to the house, but it's like, tell my wife, that's a crazy person. Like it's fine. They're just like weird. They're not violent.
Okay, what does that do with Charlie Kirk outside of like Ryan Grimm sees himself in Charlie Kirk? This goes on for a while. Hold on.
They're not doing anything, but to see it expand, even though
I disagree before after the "We Are Racist" the White Men clip. But this is before. This is 8 months before.
Kirk about like basically everything. Like people are not rational in these situations. They're like, who's a big name? Like, how do I get attention? And so just to be.
No, this was a very targeted attack from allegedly Tyler Robinson. Like, unless it was not Tyler Robinson and we're on the Candace Owens train. But if we think that like it was just adventurism, like this is not somebody being like, I'm alienated from my community and I want to do violence. This is like somebody being like, I don't like Charlie Kirk and his rhetoric and I'm going to go allegedly, who would not allegedly shoot him. Like, the person who did it, that's alleged. It's alleged.
Be completely transparent, I'm sure that colored my thinking. Separately, I have a much more kind of nonviolent and almost forgiving, maybe too forgiving kind of attitude about politics. And in the sense that I genuinely do believe that if somebody is killed for their political beliefs, you should condemn that violent act. And in the immediate aftermath, stop there. I condemn this killing.
I mean, you could say that Hitler was killed for his political beliefs. Is that condemnable? Do we condemn like World War II? Like, this is a genuine question. I'm genuinely asking. Yeah, are we condemning that? Are we condemning that somebody dealt with the Hitler issue for us? By that being Hitler dealt with the Hitler issue for us? Like, are we like, oh man, that's a problem.
And I know a lot of people disagree with that. A lot of people say no, because then you're going to whitewash. You're going to create space for lionization and like, and that's going to create knock-on effects down the road that are horrible. You may have seen I made the point on Breaking Points that when Qasem Soleimani was killed in 2020 by Trump, he was the head of the IRGC, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. Had the blood on his hands of probably thousands of Americans over 20 years, particularly in the early part of the Iraq War. And every Democrat except Bernie Sanders came out and said it was wrong to kill him in an airport. You can't kill civilian leaders even if they're terrible. But or they would actually begin with, he's terrible. Like, this guy was terrible. I stood against everything he stood for, but Trump should not have killed him. Bernie Sanders was the only one that came out and just said, Trump should not have killed this man. This is crossing a line. And then down the line, you can say, this is why I didn't like Qasem Soleimani. But if you couple your condemnation of a violent act with, but he's a bad guy, even if you say I'm not justifying the killing, something about that implicitly opens the door for it. So I think all of those things.
I mean, couldn't the reverse also be like true, where if you're unable to criticize and condemn his rhetoric as a whole, this is martyrdom. Like, this is objectively martyrdom. You are turning Charlie Kirk into a martyr, right? You are turning him into a figure that is unable to be criticized because of his positionality as a pundit and his the fact that he was a commentator who spoke on his political beliefs. Like, that is you being unable to criticize him or talk about him critically because of the fact that he was murdered, right? Is martyrdom. You're making Charlie Kirk a martyr, right? You are lionizing him. And I think people have a right to look at Charlie Kirk and see his rhetoric and say, I don't necessarily care. You know what I mean? That is covered under the First Amendment as well. So, like, a fundamental moral and legal right to say that. Right? Because you have to understand that Charlie Kirk's rhetoric is like, it is harmful. Like, so, like, you can't just remove the harm that he's caused because you don't like the fact that he was killed.
Things combined are the answer to your question there.
So a couple of things about that. When you talk about Qasem, and you gave the example, and we listened to it here when we were listening to that Breaking Points podcast, the difference to me is that he wasn't being deified. And so the thing with Charlie Kirk is, and I heard you say that on the podcast about people are recognizing that he was killed and they're condemning the way that it happened, but then they're talking about the other side and how they feel about Charlie Kirk, and you're saying in a way that justifies that. And I would just have to completely disagree with that, because what we're seeing, it would be different if the response isn't what's happening. It's not just lionizing him. They're comparing him to to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. They've already made a day about him. The funeral,
which you wouldn't even like because he was constantly attacking.
Correct, but this is what is happening, and they're talking about having statues of him. And so when we, as Black people, see that, obviously we condemned on this podcast multiple times, we'll never agree with what happened. It was chilling to see what we saw, but we also can't stand back and be silent when, as we played in that's just the tip of the iceberg, clips that directly attack who we are as people, as human beings in our existence in this world. So my question would be to you, so what are we supposed to do? Are you asking us, because that's what it feels like, to sit back and just allow people to pretend that he wasn't a certain way, to an offensive to and racist and homophobic and so many things? I know you guys took issue with those words. Maybe Emily said it more than you on the podcast. Are we supposed to sit back and not say anything? And if you do feel that way, how long are we supposed to wait? What is the time period where you can say, okay, now it's okay to discuss who Charlie Kirk was?
I think my philosophy on this extends only to me. I wouldn't tell anybody else what to do.
But he was, though. But he was telling people, this is what I don't understand, is like, he was literally telling people what to do. He was saying, you shouldn't do this about Charlie Kirk because it's bad and it's wrong and you shouldn't do it, right? It's like he is trying to impose this as like a wide standard of like how people should act and operate. So he's incorrect about that. And now when he's pressed on it, he's like, oh no, I'm just talking about me. Like, cause you can just not talk about it. You know what I mean? If you want to, right? You don't have to condemn Charlie Kirk. If Ryan Greer was actually operating based on his own personal beliefs, he would just have not condemned Charlie Kirk, right? But that's not what he did. He was like, I must defend Charlie Kirk from these unjust and maligned attacks against his character because he was just killed and it's bad.
And I've also wondered that myself, and then maybe it's like 72 hours this year. Like, I was about that, I started being more critical.
72 hours? Why? It's just like a random. I don't understand. Like, what does the 72 hours bring? 72 hours to mourn, and then you can be critical of him. I don't get it.
It's easier for me too, though, because I'm not Black.
Find some real quality on this. You become clear that Emily and Ryan are locked in on Charlie. Others seem perplexed by their rigidness.
you're claiming, I don't want to misstate your claim, but your claim was effectively that, like, if you're sharing Charlie's direct quotes, the ones that make him look bad, then you're, in a sense, kind of like low-key justifying his killing. And I completely disagree with. And I think Glenn has actually done some of the most thoughtful writing and thinking on this point. Again, Charlie Kirk was not some random guy. He was an influential political figure that Trump is now trying to use as like a martyr to gin up additional, support for a crackdown and all of those sorts of things. And so even though I get that on a human level, it's like kind of uncomfortable, to talk in an unvarnished way about this man that we all just watched be murdered, who has a wife, who is a human being, who was a human, has kids, all of that. I think it's so important for us to be clear, even when it is uncomfortable, about who this person was, what they actually said, not like invented, imagined, sanitized after the fact what they said, but like what they actually said and what they were actually trying to achieve. I think that's actually very important in a democracy to have on the record. So, and, in a sense, it does a disservice to Charlie because he said these things, he believed him. So why is it offensive to bring up his own quotes if this is what...
Club? No, it's not. Apologizing to Ethan?
Hello, everyone.
This was dropped a minute ago. How did you find this? Okay, actually, we'll finish this clip off, and then we'll get to this.
What he actually believed in, then people should be standing by those things.
Why are we muzzling Charlie? Why are we?
Well, if the quotes are actually accurate,
right? In some cases, they were misquotes.
Sure, that's not acceptable. In other cases, they were real quotes.
Yeah, and that was the more provocative, I think, part of what I said. And the way that I see it is like if a Henry Kissinger dies or Walter Mondale, whatever, and they die of old age, and you want to immediately do dance on their grave. This is America. Like, I think you should do that, and I think you should, say what you think about Kissinger immediately because
Charlie,
because you're setting, you're kind of setting the tone for how his politics,
the history
are going to be remembered. But when there's a political assassination of,
I don't think it changes. Again, if David Duke was murdered or was killed or whatever because of his rhetoric, would we call that a political assassination? And if we do we have to be careful about what we say about that? You just like Charlie Kirk. You're fine with Charlie Kirk. You were fine with his rhetoric, and that's kind of it. That's kind of the entire point. This is about what who Ryan Grim finds permissible to criticize post-mortem. This is ignoring what they did to George Floyd and still are. Yeah.
A figure like Charlie Kirk, I just feel like the value that we place in the United States on nonviolent resolution of our political disagreements outstrips the need to come in and say, okay.
Yeah, maybe to you. Charlie Kirk is indirectly the cause of more deaths than the person who killed him. Right? Charlie Kirk's rhetoric is, we have the idols video here. We'll get to it after we finish this in a second. It's right here. There's also main channel too. Oof.
I absolutely condemn this violence. However, he was a hateful bigot, and here's my evidence that he was a hateful bigot, because I just think there's no other way for some people to understand that than maybe it was justified. Maybe there was some justification.
Well, but to Crystal's point, they're asking us to pledge fealty to this guy right now. They're asking they're doing I think they are when you're saying yes, you can't say bad things about him. Yes, the Starbucks employees have to honor him.
That's not fealty. Well, yeah, the cup.
You have to write the name on the cup, and that's a joke one. But no, I think that the fact that Kimmel wasn't nice.
That is fealty. Okay. It is. That is literally fealty. You can't criticize the king. Off with your head. How dare you criticize the king? Off with your head. That is fealty. That's literally fealty. Objectively speaking. Like as close to like monarchical fealty as you can get. Like we're back to the monarchy, and Charlie Kirk is king. And if you criticize Charlie Kirk, off with you.
Okay, what word would that be then? They're asking us to. They are trying to, and essentially, if moving away from the fealty point, they are doing a historical revisionism of who this guy was. This guy was not a good faith debater. This guy was not looking for honest communication in the way that. Well, that's fine, but okay. Well, I have some thumbnails here.
I hate the phrase. I just hate the phrase "good faith" and "bad faith."
All right. Well,
either way.
He's a racist. What do you want, bro? Also, yes, that is a liberal sentiment. That is a liberal sentiment. That is complete optics focused, like liberalism. It's just like I don't like the way that the way good faith and bad faith make me feel. Unless you call it like it is, then you're the liberal. You know what I mean? Anyway, okay. Before we get back to this, I do want to go back to the Twitch fit sitting problem as well. Let's get to the IDUBBBZ video. Hold on. Can I put it in title? Is how you pull viewers in. I add the title to YouTube. Dang, YouTube chat, I'm real, Twitch. YouTube chat is more consistent than y'all are nowadays. Like I currently have 70 people. Like, but Twitch chat, I'll be at like a 500, then I'll be at 700, then I'll be at like 480, and then I'll be at like 1,000. So it's like this, you know.
Going to be talking about a very important and heavy topic for me. If you're unfamiliar with the context of any of this, I'll give you a brief rundown. But that is not the main purpose of this video. I do think it's important to share a little bit of my side of the story, but
I have two dedicated chatters. This is true.
I don't want to take away from the purpose of this video, and that is to apologize to Ethan Klein and his family, especially his kids. Basically, Ethan is suing me for having rebroadcasted a statement made by Destiny on my stream.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
Display the very disgusting comment for 40 minutes.
Since you I think for the 36 months. All I'm learning from this, you can't do journalism. You can't do journalism. You can't even report on claims that other people make anymore. What is freedom of speech?
And it was wrong. It was a comment from Destiny, and I even said that I don't agree with it.
He's Canadian.
It
still stands.
It sort of highlights how I knew that it was a wrong thing to put out there into the universe and show people. You know, regardless of the point I was making, it was wrong. I was angry, and I was like, how do I get this guy to, one, not clip me, not mock me and harass me on his live stream, and two,
I do love that, like, if you just have enough money, you can just force people to bow at your feet. You know, that's it. He's been stalking them for months. I'm aware. I'm well aware. Like I'm not like going after Ian for doing this, but like the fact that like. And going into the recent controversies, which we'll get into in a second, but like the fact that no prominent commentary YouTubers have spoken about Ethan Klein's behavior is kind of insane as well. I've said it last year, right? Like this is the exact kind of thing that like Phil DeFranco would be talking about, right? Or like Charlie would be talking about, or Ludwig would be talking about. But they've ignored it for 3 years, right? Because it's tangentially related to Palestine, and they don't want to do politics. You know? Lemony Melanie, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Comment on YouTube is truly falling. Forgot her name. Duty was right.
This guy's a fucking bully. I'm angry.
I'm not a lawyer, nor am I knowledgeable, but is this a good idea? As somebody who is still studying for the LSAT, I don't know. I'm also not a lawyer.
I'm angry that this multimillionaire is silencing people and suing people who have a much smaller audience than he does, and can barely defend themselves. And so I'm angry. I don't like bullies, so I wanted to do something.
I'm sorry. This is an important video, and I'll back it up as well. I just had a great content idea. I take a practice LSAT online before my actual test.
Defend themselves.
Think about it.
And so I'm angry. I don't like bullies, so I wanted to do something that would have an impact, and without checking in with myself of whether or not that was a right or wrong thing to do. I justified it in my head at the time. I was like, okay, well, it's not my words, and it's actually said by a really bad guy, Destiny.
I mean, it's true. It's correct.
Not a fan of that guy. It's very clear that it was never the right thing to do. It was a comment about Ethan and his children, and it was disgusting. I said at the time in the stream that I don't agree with it, but still sharing it and broadcasting it to people for 40 minutes, that was an irresponsible and reckless thing to do.
I just don't understand, because like, this is like the entire point of like commentary. You know what I mean? So I don't understand what the expectation is. You can't show something and proclaim that it's false, and you know that it's false, but you're just demonstrating that somebody said this other thing about this other person. Because behind this, Ethan said that he would consider dropping a lawsuit if Ian made a sincere apology, because his last one wasn't sincere enough. I don't think he's actually going to do it. Right? Personally, this is just to get people to, again, grovel at his feet. Like that's his entire thing. His entire thing is just like, I want you to dance for me. You know? I mean, that's what he did last year. Just to strengthen his case by getting them to admit fault. But I mean, this is nothing new though, because he's already apologized. I don't think he'll actually, it actually mean that much per se. But like, yeah, I mean, this is what he did last year, where like he said that like he was gonna sue me unless Hassan gave Denham, Casey, Tron, and Frogan like each $75,000 or something. This is kind of what he does.
On my home, I'm creator on creator, trying to hey.
Okay, how much longer is in this one? Okay,
dude, you gotta watch what you say. This is real life.
Oh, hold on. Let me do something real quick. Give me 1 second. 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 Second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Hold. There we go.
Shit. That landed actual agents of the government at my door to interview my children against my will with the authority to take them from my home and put them in foster care. It's so.
One more thing. One more thing. There we go.
Much different than it was. The minute those people showed up, I went into work and I said, the rules are changing. Scumbag talking about my family. Like, all I ever wanted was a little fucking decency for my buddy. So, you know, as traumatic as this lawsuit is for you, I don't want to do it either. Just make a sincere apology, bro. That's it. I'm not looking to destroy their lives or get...
That's not true, by the way. He has said that he does want to destroy the lives of all of his critics. He's said this before. Twerk looking mean is crazy. Also, I can read upside down.
Get caught in this like quagmire of a sick effed up lawsuit. I don't want that. I don't want another lawsuit on my shoulders. That's all.
What do you mean? You did the lawsuit. You did the thing. He's like, listen, I didn't want to do this.
All I want. Just a little like fucking...
Actually, I can't read this one. I think this is actually like upside down. This must be gibberish or something. I can't read that.
An acknowledgement of what you did. And I said that even before the lawsuit. And
you guys are my enemies. Now I will never stop. Exactly. Exactly.
Honestly, the same is true of Noah Sampson. If he just issued like a heartfelt apology, I'd probably consider dropping it.
Yeah. Oh, hold up. Sorry. Let me just with this. Call me crazy, but isn't what Ethan Klein is doing here literally extortion? This is insane. I understand my announcement. I'm going to sue Sean the Black. That's me, by the way. I was upsetting for some. Therefore, in an act of superhuman grace, I will make this offer. If the Snark subreddit, Taylor Lorenz, and Cat 10 Barge all apologize for calling me misogynist, I will consider dropping the lawsuits against Sean. This offer expires on Sunday at 11:59 p.m. So he's been doing this, right? He's been doing this. Like he's been like holding over. Also, this was like last year I had 10,000 less followers. You kind of up here. He's been like, as I said last year, he's dick swings, right? He likes to feel powerful, right? He's a small man who wants to proclaim his power by weaponizing the money that he has over other people. And so he dangles lawsuits over people in order to feel that power because he has the money and the means to do so. You know? And that's it. That's what he does. His apology was not done to avoid the lawsuit. It was done because he felt like it was something that he wanted to do for himself. Does not apply U.S. laws to Canadian courts. Canada's legal system encourages genuine self-reflection and earnest apologies. America could never. America could never. Why even give Ethan that? I mean, because I think he probably doesn't think that was a good thing to do, right? Like, and theoretically speaking, you know, was it the most productive, you know, thing to do? No. Whereas so I can understand wanting to apologize. Right. I can understand that, but I don't think that like this is going to like assuage Ethan's concerns. You know, Ethan Klein likes to feel powerful. He will take this and he'll be like, not enough. You need to do more. You need to do more. Right. We're still suing you. Right. Or you've groveled enough. Fine. I'll be magnanimous. Right. As he says here, in an act of superhuman grace, I will stop suing you for this lawsuit. You know? And so, then to see you again. No, this is just from last year. I'm just using this as an example to show you what Ethan Klein does. What he does is he will like try to force people to bend to his will. Right? He'll be like, if you don't apologize, I'll do this. Or if you don't apologize, I'll do this. And that's that kind of stuff. You know?
Especially for parents. Like there are many parents with kids out there who do not want to see that shit, and it's painful. And I'm sure it was extremely painful for Ethan and Hila to read that shit and have it.
I don't personally care. It's personally. I'll give you my personal perspective on this. Don't.
Pop up again and again and again. And just because it's coming from a piece of shit guy, and I'm showing it to people, like, look what this piece of shit said. It's wrong. It's wrong to do.
Didn't Ethan Klein literally just buy a billboard to call James Charles like a abuser or a pedophile or something? Didn't he like just do this? It got taken down. Yeah, I think he cried about it getting taken down too. So like, did he do that last year? No, it was this year. It was this year. It happened this year. They then accused the Billboard company of being anti-Semitic. Really? I did not know about that part. Like isn't it interesting that like, you know, Ethan Klein himself can like proclaim or show claims that that people have made about this other person, and it's fine when he does it, but you know, if somebody else shows claims that are made by other people, then it's actually not good, and that's actually bad and wrong and super and like defamable. I'm pretty sure that happened. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, he posted this on his TikTok account.
Excuse me, what do you mean Ethan Klein paid for this billboard that says Sage?
Yes, it's true. I've spent about $10,000 to put up a full-sized billboard on a busy street in Los Angeles to remind everybody of the predator that James Charles is.
So like, you can do this and that's fine, but Ian shows what somebody else said about you and that's a problem? That makes sense. No, that makes sense if you don't think about it too hard.
And I didn't, you know, I didn't come to this overnight, right? Like, to be frank, I'm angry. I do not like Ethan. I think he's doing a lot of damage to people online. And it changed the way that I was thinking about it. I didn't think about it. I didn't ground myself. I didn't think about, oh, like who is actually being affected in this instance. And Ethan's family and his kids are being affected. You know, I just because I don't like Ethan, I think it's wrong to find an attack vector that is his kids. It's foul. It's not okay. And I think it was wrong for me to use the Destiny screenshot as a cudgel to make my point. I didn't need to use the Destiny screenshot to make my point. There's a million other ways I could have done it, but I didn't. And I regret that I didn't, and I regret that I ever put that screenshot on my live stream.
Again, I've been consistent on this point. I am not in the business of telling people when they should or should not apologize. Right? But yeah. I don't think, I think if we have this idea or set this precedent where like showing claims that are made by other people makes you culpable for those claims, I mean, it kind of falls in line with what Ethan wants, which is like a removal of Section 230, which is like the foundational backbone of like, you know, being able to post user-generated content online, right? Which would make the platforms culpable for what's posted on those platforms. And Ethan has been consistent on wanting that gone so that he can like take down the snarkers or whatever, right? And I don't think that like you should be like directly held accountable for showing claims that you disagree with, you know, inherently so. Do you know what I mean?
You know, that's the main reason why I feel like I do need, for myself, for my soul, to own up to this and acknowledge that I went too far. It
also, sorry, I just saw videos titled "I do not like the anime man," and it makes me want to click on it so badly.
wasn't okay. Ethan and Hila and their family do not deserve that. At the end of the day, whatever happens with the lawsuit,
This is why they should address Destiny doing it.
Is what it is. For myself, I needed to make it known on the internet that what I did was wrong, and I don't want to be that person. I don't want to behave that way. I want to make content that I'm proud of. I don't want to give in to a harassment back and forth.
No, I don't think it's. I genuinely, I don't think it's that. I agree with Anissa, or like I actually believe her when she says this. It sounds that like something that Ian would do, which is just like he doesn't think that it was like productive, which I agree with. I don't think it was a productive thing to do either. You know what I mean? I don't think it was a productive, which is there's a reason why I stopped talking about Ethan Klein.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
But I stopped talking about Ethan Klein because I felt at a certain point it stopped becoming productive.
SDAB Cowboy.
You know? And I understand like being in that space where like I don't think I'm being productive here. And then feel like that's out of character. Right? I don't know if I personally would have apologized per se, but I'm also not being sued. So who knows what choices you're making when you have that pressure on you.
I want to put my energy into making content that I can be proud of and that I'm not going to be ashamed of.
Then you're on the same level as the guy you hate. I don't know about same level, right? Like I'm not like a big supporter of like a kill me and you'll become me kind of thing, you know? But I do think that like at a certain I think if you don't have this level of like, you know, foresight and introspection, you turn out like Bad Empanada, you know? Like that's what you end up doing things that are like out of character, and you will eventually lose sight of like why you're doing it, and you become stuck on what you are doing, and when their target like, you know, disappears, you have to find a new target for that same behavior, right? So like I think it's fine to a certain extent be unproductive. Right, we're not making it so that unproductivity becomes a part of you, right, and that becomes the totality of your output. I do get that. I do understand that. But again, I don't know if I would have. I don't think this is that level personally.
You know, I lost the plot. I want to stay focused. I want to check in with myself and know what it is I want to be and what I want to do and what message I want to spread. And this isn't a message I want to spread. So I'm sorry to Ethan and Hila and your family. You guys didn't deserve that. I'm going to think about...
I mean, I agree. They don't deserve Destiny calling Ethan like a child molester. You know what I mean? Yeah, Destiny doing that is not something that they deserve, because it was Destiny doing it, by the way. I have to keep reiterating that. Like, Destiny made that claim. He also knows that it's false. Yeah, but he won't sue Destiny because he's afraid of Destiny. He's afraid of Destiny, and he's afraid of Destiny's audience. And there's more overlap with them than he'd like to admit. That's it. I doesn't know it's false. No, he's saying that Destiny made these statements knowing that he did not substantiate it. Right? But again, showing like unsubstantiated claims is not inherently like illegal or immoral or bad. You know what I mean? If that was the case, then news like can't report on anything. They can't say, hey, this person is making this claim for this thing. I'm not speaking for Destiny. Yeah, but the chatter was. You were responding to that chatter thing. I read that chatter's message out. You know what I mean? I think he's afraid. He's well aware of D's usefulness and the free labor from his audience. No. I think he is afraid. Are these lawsuits helping Ethan in any way, or are they just purely to stroke his own ego? It's the second thing. It's the second thing. They're not like lucrative for him. Like, he's not like raking in like the big bucks by doing these lawsuits. It's keeping him in the public eye, and it's keeping him in attention, and it's stroking his ego because he likes to feel powerful. That's all it is.
All of this, a lot more, I'm sure. But for now, I really do want to just get back to making the content that I want to make. Having said all that, I wish everyone the best. I genuinely want to see a better world, and I do not want to be a contributor to what makes it terrible. So long. Bye-bye.
So yeah, that's Ian's apology to Ethan. You think Beverly is, but do you think Ethan is overcompensating for a small hog? I have no idea. I don't tend to speculate on people's manhoods.
Oh, dude, did you?
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Simply J0 just subscribed.
Simply thank you for the 3 months. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I do want to get back to this video because we're talking about fence sitters and stuff. It's like 9 minutes running. No, I have to finish this video. I have to finish this video.
Both of them to generate as much profit from the industry as possible. By only covering safe topics, despite being commentators, these two can attract as many viewers as possible. They're not pissing off liberals or right-wingers because they're not making an explicit political statement. They're getting as close to the line as they can without pissing either side off, i.e. straddling the fence. It not only increases their audience, but keeps brand partnerships rolling in. Ludwig in particular works with companies like Red Bull and AT&T, which only work with non-controversial creators. And by the way, when I say controversial,
and the burnt peanut apparently.
I mean people that speak out against a genocide. That's too far for these companies. AT&T, in fact, was one of the main companies that threatened to pull ads from Twitch in 2024 because of that very thing. Of course, creators like Ludwig look to threats like those and understand the only way to maintain the bag is to straddle the fence. And maybe even cut ties with anyone who might be threatening that bag. Maybe someone that the companies you work with doesn't really like and has been blacklisted by them.
Sure.
Asmongold. Sorry. True.
Also, not even friends with his son. Legitimately. Most streamers, I wouldn't. It's just true. They wouldn't go to my funeral. I wouldn't go to their funeral.
Oh,
we would never.
I was at this event a few days ago, right? And people who like don't really like know Twitch like that were there. We were talking about Twitch, and they brought up, it was like, who was that guy who said that he wouldn't even go to Hassan's funeral? I was like, oh, Ludwig. And they're like, yeah, that guy. I hate that guy. I'm just like, bro, that has broken containment. It is broken containment. I'm being serious as well. That's a thing that somebody said to me at this event. It was funny. Sean moving like me when people mention us on.
Never speak again.
But
also, okay, funny leak. I think someone was supposed to be at the event, but apparently he had like some event in like Boulder, Colorado to go to or something.
Whole nother discussion. But at some point, especially with growing fascism in the country, as political situations and topics that may not have affected the general populace now suddenly are creeping into their lives and are
no, it wasn't even a Twitch function. It was just a general creator function. I was like one of the only like Twitch streamers there, right? Apparently 17% of Gen Z gets their news from Twitch though. The more you know. 32% get their news from AI agents.
Undeniable, that facade of authenticity will collapse when inevitably you as a creator will have to pick a side. And let me tell you, for example, it's not too easy to straddle the fence on racism.
You just made edgy YouTube videos. You
yeah, when Charlie, in case you're wondering, like, well, yo, why Charlie took the stand that he took in the Ida's video, which I haven't even seen yet. It's actually right here. Not here, 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 not here. Here. He was like, you just made some edgy videos. Why'd you apologize for it?
In anybody's life, you didn't create a fucking army of racists and bigots. The content itself isn't bigoted content either.
This is it's got to be one of the most disastrous takes ever. I mean, maybe not ever, but
the item just likes apologizing.
It demonstrates.
That's a funny thought. So about how he went from defending Ida's racism, talking about how he can't defend him because of the things that Ian said. That's a good point. That's a good point.
It's to me a huge amount of privilege to walk this tightrope in the first place, to be able to pick and choose what to talk about. I would honestly say the same for regular people who choose to ignore politics in general. And so I will definitely not make an exception for creators who have a large platform which they can use their influence and power to maybe do something good, at least speak out about something when asked.
And I will say, I wonder what the people saying that Ian went too far bringing in Ethan's kids will say when they see Ethan's clips, the way he talks about children. There's a few of them out there. I mean, he had allegedly had a Reddit account where I think the name was, what was it? It was something troll. I'm sure it'll come to me. It'll come to me eventually. And the thing that he said on that account, you know,
she's my African princess.
Just like that was also radio silence. No coverage on that. No alleged. He admits it. It was alleged. It's alleged. I never made the claim that was his account. Never. Why would I ever make that claim? Me? Who made that claim? Not me. I am not showing that claim at all.
I don't think, taking 3 seconds to address it is that crazy. These are the same creators that'll joke about Epstein, for example, all fine and good, but you won't talk about the country he had direct relations with that's currently committing a genocide. You'll talk about racist kick streamers, once again, all good, but you'll never talk about the anti-immigrant screed that's enacted on a federal level that kick streamers like Asmongold, who are also on Twitch, praise. You'll kiki and haha.
To be fair, this is what I will say. They did say something about it. And I know because I made a video saying ICE has lost the radical centrist. So I know Charlie made one video about it 4 months ago. And I think Ludwig said something about it as well. Because there is more information about the shooting that has come out. Abolish the Police became... Yeah. This is mostly about Charlie. I think I just put Ludwig in the thumbnail just guys.
It doesn't upset anybody. But that also means that the care for the stories these two comment on only goes as far as their bottom line. Emeru, a cosplayer and gaming streamer, was confronted with this very same dynamic a few months back. How far does her authenticity really go? She was questioned by a chatter about ICE, pretended she didn't know what it was, and then made the most brain-dead take about how if you need streamers to give their opinion on politics, you should just get off the internet. Deleted tweet, Emeru responded to the backlash. She claims it was clipped maliciously, but if you look at the full context, that is what she was directly responding to. Perhaps that's why this tweet no longer exists. People don't want streamers to speak up about these things to inform their opinion. That's not why they're asking. They want big content creators to speak up about this stuff so there are more voices advocating for human rights. There are very few online voices who speak up about these issues, and the overwhelming majority of them are right-wing and are pushing the very policies that may harm some of these people in their audience. It's not insane for the people who, you know, give you $6 a month to want to know if you think that
she watches Twitch. She knows that the price increased to $6. She's a ball knower, which is true, chat. $6 a month, you can give it to me for a sub. I'd appreciate it. Or for free with Twitch Prime. Drop a sub. Costs no money. You already have a Twitch Prime. I know you do. So just go ahead and throw your Prime my way. Right? Or if you want to give some subs if you're already subbed, I'll take that too.
I was about to go get the Henny.
I don't know about that. She was like, yo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's a good video though, so far. Or is there something not the black? Oh, yeah.
they should exist or not, you know, or if...
Why didn't the sub count on the screen increase when I just subscribed? Oh, it's fake. It's not real. Oh, it's on 0. Usually it's on... I guess I changed it to 0. Yeah, that's not a real sub account. It's not coded to anything. It's just text on the screen.
Tier 1 sub to Undying Machine.
Hold on, where is it at? Sub goal here. There we go. Step Bob, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated.
Just want to know if you care about human rights, you know. To me, it should be a basic thing to be like, hey, I don't want people to, you know, get brutally beaten up by the police and deported for no reason, unjustifiably. I don't want people to be killed overseas. Like, this shouldn't be that crazy of a thing to say. And in the same breath she used to say that brain dead takes, she could have just easily said fuck ICE. Okay, it honestly would have taken less effort to do so. So why?
I mean, that's if she believed it.
It's the exact same reason why Lud and Charlie straddled the fence on these issues. They don't want to mess up the bag. Emery in particular has a very close association with creators like Asmongold and Tectone, who she shared a podcast with until February of last year. And just for context, this as well into Asmongold's fascist pivot. He was already talking, as I've covered in a past video, I think last year, about he was already, you know, going on his little rants about women in video games or black people in video games, which is already racist and misogynist. But if that's not enough for you, in October of 2024, Asman was banned for 14 days after saying Palestinians are an inferior culture. And this is also after the inauguration, when Asman fully defended Elon's Nazi salute and Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric. For even more context,
we talked about this forever ago. Yeah.
Emery's friend, Barney,
I support any black person calling out centrism and fence sitting. W.
Another streamer, is both Palestinian and an immigrant, so she chose to continue a friendship with a man who is directly undermining the rights of another one of her friends. This is a connection that Emery addressed in her tweet, but intentionally kept vague. She denounced pedo, sexual assault, and abuse, which we can infer connects to Tectone and Lakari, but still doesn't address them by name. I'm pretty sure
back, by the way.
Tectone, after this tweet came out, was on stream saying, you know, she's not talking about me.
By the way, clearing things up, she ain't talking about me. She talking about Lakari and Miz. She ain't talking about me. Okay? Hey, let's keep that shit 100%. That shit ain't about me.
But that's exactly why it's important to not fence it, to not be vague about these things, because dangerous people who have literally been convicted of rape are still getting away scot-free from accountability. It's no secret that there is a crossover between her audience and Asmongold's and Tectone's, and this close association to both the right-wing Chud audience and purposely not broaching political topics.
And if you want my honest take, chat, if you want my honest take, hold on. Sorry, I saw something pop up on my Twitch sponsorship thing that popped up. Anyway, what my honest take? this is also extends to like the leftist creator space as well, like in general, not on Twitch, where it's like people won't call out the behavior when there is overlapping audiences, right? They were talking about with Ryan Grimm, Breaking Points, right? Or Kyle Klinsky, right? When there's overlapping audiences, people are afraid to say anything because they don't want to actually engage with or lose parts of that audience. You know? That has power? Yeah. I mean, I get it. I understand it, right? As somebody who's like, this is my job. This has been my job for 3 years, like my main source of income. I get how it's like scary to do that, right? But I think it's just like also a bit cowardly when it's like, and it lets people get away with things, right? Until it becomes like a huge issue, right? And it's kind of like what happened with Bada Banana, right? Like Bada Banana was allowed to just kind of like exist in his own little space in the world because people didn't want to call him out because there was overlapping audiences. Any other streamer call out Ryan? No. Of course not. Thin Pogger's line. It's Thin Purple Line. It is Thin Purple Line, actually. I was hoping they would. Of course not. If you asked if anybody in the space like called out like a white leftist for literally anything, the answer is probably not. If you say no, you'd probably be correct like 90% of the time. Right? And I think that's why a lot of specifically chatters have an issue with what I say, because I have made it very clear I don't have qualms with calling out things when people have done them that I think are wrong, right? Even for people that I like. I think they said what they disagree. They want to make a video on it, like Sean. You know?
Topics that would upset that audience, even if she may disagree personally, is, I would say, intentional. And this Chud audience was one of the main ones who egged on terrorism allegations.
I didn't see Hassan that said anything about it, honestly. I wasn't even thinking about like Hassan because I didn't see Hassan's coverage on it. Hassan streamed too much for me to see everything that he's done.
Directly post October 7th towards leftist streamers like Hassan, Frogan, and Denims. I already went into a little bit of detail about this in some allegations. Direct Chud audience was I would say, intentional. And this Chud audience was one of the main ones who egged on terrorism allegations directly post October 7th towards leftist streamers like Hassan, Frogan, and Denims. I already went into a little bit.
I saw Worried as well recently. Honestly, the thing I want to miss about LA a little bit is seeing people that I like in person sometimes. So I'll just be in PC at school and stuff.
Of detail about this in my Take Economy video, and maybe I should honestly make a full video essay at this point because that entire saga online was crazy. It was freaking insane that was just allowed to happen. But the TLDR is these creators who are, you know, some are Muslim, some are, you know, just brown, were unjustifiably banned, called anti-Semites and terrorists, and some are even being sued currently. Now this is just blatant Islamophobia, like clear cut as day. The same attacks were used against Zoran during his election. This understanding of Muslims immediately as terrorists and anti-Semites is a historical connection that has been used for so long, especially post.
He's still made, or he's still mad that she called him out.
9/11, and these creators bore the brunt of these attacks and the repercussions on their careers, while their peers stood idly by and said nothing. AT&T, like I said, one of the companies that Ludwig works with to put together a lot of his events, was one of the main companies that threatened to pull ads after the accusations that Twitch was letting anti-Semitism fester. This sends a very clear message to every creator who wants sponsorships with that company and the others who did the same as AT&T that you shouldn't get too bold. You shouldn't take a stance on these issues or there will be consequences.
I mean, yeah, and this is like an added layer, which like it doesn't really get talked about because it's not really important. Dunkin' it's Coke, no. Dunkin' Donuts, no, that's its own company. It's not. Dunkin' Donuts is not owned by Coke. I'm sure they stock Coke products, right? It's its own thing. But like I talked about this before. I've spoken to a lot of like talent management agencies, right? And honestly, blessing in disguise, right? Because I don't think I would be going back to school if I actually signed with one of them. But there's like this, like if you do politics or talk about politics or like important issues and stuff like that, like unless you're literally Hassan, you know, you're not being approached for like, you know, representation. Excuse me. Coke owns the bottle Dunkin'? Oh. I mean, if you're going to Dunkin' for coffee, I mean, that's a bad decision anyway. So, but like, this is kind of just like, it does have an impact wider, which is why I think it was so frustrating like last year, of like creators just not speaking about it, because it does affect the lives of like the smaller politics creators. Right? I mean, even like of Hassan too. Like Hassan is included in this because, like, you know, he's doxxed, he's harassed, he's like blasted in like mainstream news and stuff, and none of that's actually spoken about because it's too scary for normie creators because they want to maintain their bag. You know.
But these creators still could choose their integrity and morals above money. That is, if they care about that or have any. I think that's why issues like Palestine are a great litmus test, not only in broader politics, but just in general. There's a whole other genocide happening in Sudan that people don't talk about too much, being carried out by the RSF in UAE. And Israel is beginning another
just creator
in Lebanon, as well as their offensive in Gaza, which still continues to this day. And all of that is without mentioning the multitude of human rights abuses by countries all over the globe, including our own. There's plenty of injustices to be angry about, is my point. But Palestine is one so blatantly linked to our society and existence as Americans. It is something that is posted all online. It is everywhere for your eyes to see. It is so blatant and horrifying that it is impossible to ignore. It affects how our police are trained to brutalize us, lobbying in politics, and where our tax dollars go. Instead of them going towards helping you, building schools, roads, public transportation, healthcare, they're going towards propping up a
Please, for the love of everything, do not come in here and say, did you see the bad Evanata video where he destroys Hassan? Please. That is the quickest way for me to never in my entire life ever pay attention to whatever that topic is. Like, never, please. Decent bait. It is decent bait. It is decent bait. It did get my attention. It did indeed get my attention.
parasitic proxy states that is.
What is he even saying about Hassan now? Is it just Hassan Democrats or something? I don't know. I don't think Hassan did anything new and interesting. Probably that he's CIA. He's taking the bait. I'm not gonna lie, I'm slightly curious. I'm slightly curious. You've intrigued my attention. Son did interact with black people recently. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe that's it. I don't even know what the new thing is. Okay, can I not be aware of what the new thing is? Right? I'm telling you, I have not done anything. I spend all my time studying for the LSAT. Okay, I wake up, I clean my apartment and start packing my stuff up. I watch Suits, study for the LSAT. I go to sleep. That's my life.
Committing a genocide. If you aren't even willing to sacrifice your bag for people being genocided,
2 plates and 3
or the
forks?
people
Okay. It's actually 4 plates and 5 forks. So with 3 black socials yesterday, I saw.
Speaking out against it, then what will you? I understand being terrified about losing opportunity.
So yes, watching Suits is preparation for the LSAT. It's my study. It's how I study. Anyway, okay, stop. No more. Stop talking about it. Okay, moving on. You will not derail me listening to a black woman by talking about bad empanada. You will not do that.
Then what will you? I understand being terrified about losing opportunities. This is obviously how these people make their money, pay their bills. Perfectly understand that it's I think a reasonable thing to be afraid of the harassment that comes with it, which was absolutely disgusting at this time. But to me, at the end of the day, this should still be something at least addressing once or twice, at least sticking up for, fighting for the people who are consistently speaking out against this. Even if obviously you don't cover politics, at least be like, my peer is getting attacked unjustifiably. This should not cause a literal, it almost caused a freaking adpocalypse on Twitch. I don't think that's a crazy thing to do at least once. Because it wasn't addressed and it was only, once again, spun out of control by right-wing forces on the website, that was the only message being received by the public. Twitch in the streaming space isn't a bubble that isn't affected by these increasingly hostile right-wing politics. Clipping culture around female streamers is a great...
Okay. I do have to derail for 1 second. And it's very important that I do so. There is a purpose behind this derailment, okay? I posted this in the Discord yesterday. This is important. You guys will love this. Or not yesterday, 2 days ago. And if you're in the Discord, you know what I'm talking about. I got a DM yesterday, or a few days ago. I completely forgot about it. Completely forgot about it until now. This is real. This is a real thing I got from the official verified Kick account. That is literally all the DM said. I did not respond. Prezzo also got a DM from Kick recently as well. He made the account. No, somebody else made the account, okay? I have never in my entire life went to Kick outside of like showing something for stream. And even then, I was gagging while I did it. I was like, ugh. Respond with $. I put in Discord and I said, sorry, because I pinged everybody. I added everybody in Discord. And I said, sorry for the ping, but can y'all old yeller me? I can't come back from this. Ethan just dropped the lawsuit. He posted it on Instagram? Okay, now I need to see that. Hold on. Posted it under his comments. Oh. Under the Ian comments? I appreciate the thoughtful apology. It means a lot. I've instructed my attorneys to drop the lawsuit immediately. Good job, Ian, I guess. Sounds like easily distracted. Hey, this is relevant to the conversation. Is there Sean the Black on kick? It's not me. Somebody stole my name. I think it's about him. Yeah, I tell you, it's about power for Ethan. I don't trust him. I mean, I don't think Ethan really cared about like winning in the law against Ian. He got what he wanted. Like he got what he wanted here, right? He got what he wanted. He got to dick swing. He got to institute a level of control, right? And people are actually talking about this one. 100% look worse if he proceeded with this out there. You got his ego boost, yeah. He wouldn't drop it if people were supporting Ethan. Yeah, exactly. He would not have dropped it if people like weren't like talking about it, which is how he got away with suing like Noah, right, for defamation. You know, like normies aren't gonna talk about like Noah and Noah being sued. How did the Noah case end up? I don't think it's gone anywhere yet. I think it's still happening. So we're gonna wait. He's gonna get slapped. Well, let's see. I hope. We'll see. Well, I think that's positive. That's a good thing. Wait a minute. Lex Taku is alive? Oh, and okay, my drama account is hitting. My drama account is hitting, chat. I'm getting freaking Trill Talks Everything posts on my account again. Remember this guy, chat? We talked about this guy a while. He's getting no views though. He used to get a lot of views. Right? We looked at this guy yelling about like Hassan. He's basically like more Pegasus if more Pegasus was black and had no motion. It's literally just like Hassan, Ethan and Ian, Asmongold about Ethan and Ian, Hassan, Ethan and Ian, Hassan, Ethan and Ian, Denims, Hassan and more Pegasus, Hassan and Ethan, H3 Snark, Hassan, I'm back, he said he's back, Frogan, Denims, IDUBBBZ, Hassan, and Shuan Head apparently, IDUBBBZ, Hassan, Denims, Hassan, Ethan and Denims, Hassan and Nick Fuentes, Denims, Hassan, Ian and Anissa, Ethan, Denims, Destiny apparently, in Asmongold, Hassan, Denims, Hassan and XQC, Hassan, H3 Snark, his one video on David. That's the first video that's not about any of this. Then Hassan, Asmongold, Hassan, Extra Emily, Hassan, another David video, H3 Snark, I don't know who this is. I don't know who Clara Dow is. Clavicular is here. And then he started posting other stuff. Then he's back to Hassan. Then Hassan again. And then Noah Sampson. H3 Snark. Hassan. Anissa. Noah. Hassan. H3 Snark. Jeez Louise. And we're only up to 2 months ago. It keeps going. And 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 it keeps. Has he talked about literally anything else? It's still going. Last time we talked about him, it was like, what, 6 months ago? 8 months ago? 7 months ago? And it's still going. Oh, he tried doing animated thumbnails at one point. They're all the same. Wait, he's going up. He's like, H3 Snark mods are now 2,200%. Wait, is this like, did he actually go like in order? 2,000, 2,100, 2,200, 2,300, 2,400% cooked, 2,500% cooked, 2,600% cooked, 2,700% cooked, 2,800% cooked, 2,900% cooked, 3,000, sorry, yeah, 3,000% cooked, 3,100% cooked, 3,200% cooked, 3,300% cooked. Stop. That he did not make 32 videos on H3 Snark specifically. Yes, I got derailed, but like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 1,000, 950, 900, 850, 800, 750, 700, 650, 600, 550, 500, 450, 400. Where's it at? 350, 300. There has to be more. He couldn't have started at 300. He could not have started at 300. I don't believe it. There has to be more. He could not have started at 300. He has to have done 200 and then 100. 250. I knew it. I knew it. 250. 200. Not in the thumbnail, but now in the title. Hold on. Where's it at? He has to have done 100. I have to believe he's done 100. And this is the last video we looked at him from, which was this one. Maybe he didn't. This is like going back to see if they have all the Fast and Furious movies, and then they took like the first one off air. They don't have Fast and Furious. They only start at Too Fast, Too Furious. That's what it's like for me here. Control F%. I don't think it'll show up though, unfortunately. 61 instances of percent. Let's go all the way back down to the bottom. Yeah, let's go this way. Nope, Ludwig, no. No, it literally starts at 200. Unfortunate. What a waste. What a waste. It literally starts at 200. But you know his peak unemployment behavior? He used to get like some views. Like his other videos on like Denim's, like he got 13,000 views. You know, he used to get some views. His most view video is about Clara Dow. And then like Pat God, and then honestly, it's not even about Hassan. Maybe he should hang up talking about Hassan then. Go back to talking about Clara Dow. Because his Hassan videos didn't get any views. His first Hassan video that actually got views were IDUBBBZ, Ian and Anissa. This one, calling Hassan performative, got 6,000 views. I think his best percentage is misogyny, to be honest. Yeah, so like, but his recent videos are all just Hassan. You know? Anyway, let's get back to this.
Great example of this.
Sparked off when the debate mainstream, and it fell off after once the debate happened. Yeah.
Anything tangential to their personal life, hostile, isn't a bubble that isn't affected by these increasingly hostile right-wing politics.
Part of me is, I think it's funny that like dude can't make money off of Hassan Grift. Obviously, it's just like kind of rough. Nah, you gotta be non-black. No one wants to see black people be like Hassan is bad. You want to see white people say Hassan is bad. Clipping with like a word. No, but they're not on the Hassan grift though. They're like on like the misogyny grift. It is an oversaturated market.
Culture around female streamers is a great example of this. Female streamers discussing anything tangential to their personal life, relationships, and future turns into this misogynistic slew on Twitter where they get picked apart endlessly. And this cycle happens to Pokimane, Valkyrie, Cutie, and every other major female streamer. Senna even talked recently a few months ago about gaining an eating disorder from the comments online.
Like, I know people like joke about my weight or whatever like that, but like realistically, if you ever see me in person, I'm not fucking overweight. Like, I don't think that I am. I think it's pretty fucking obvious that I'm not overweight. But sometimes it fucks up my head a little bit. And so, yeah, there's a period where I stopped eating. Like, you know what I mean?
This is an ever-present underlying issue with this male-dominated space, and yet it isn't addressed by any of their peers until this happens.
Get away from
Hey, what's going on?
security! He's harassing us.
What's going on? What's going on, man? Right now. I'll kill you right now. Fuck off. Kill you right now.
I don't even think we got a conclusion to this saga. Like, I don't think we ever found the guy, I'm pretty sure.
Security, please, please!
And this. No one addresses this issue, and
Saga's
so the
wild.
only commentary.
You know what I mean, though? Like the time frame in which this occurred. You know, not like Saga as in like as a TV show, but like that time period. We didn't get a conclusion to like what happened there. Like we did mention a long time ago that they did find him. Really?
On it is from the people egging it on. You even have people like Emeru who feel the need to maintain this right-wing audience that fuels the very hate and misogyny she gets.
Man,
it's a very dangerous combination.
Maybe. I don't know.
That I almost in a way sympathize with in some ways, of internalized misogyny and maybe a desire to maintain your revenue stream that you've cultivated over a course of, I'm pretty sure she's been streaming probably for like a decade at this point. Then you have Ludwig, who was ostensibly woke, ostensibly liberal, who put a bunch of female streamers in danger during his Berio Kart stream a few years ago.
We covered this as well. This is all stuff that we've covered here.
Several women were sexually harassed by a drunk Mango, who is an infamous alcoholic and was previously banned on Twitch for such.
Also, you know, cancellation doesn't happen either because Mango's apparently back competing and stuff. So, hashtag cancellation is not real.
Yet Ludwig enabled his alcoholism and did nothing when he was sexually harassing a bunch of women at this event.
Hey, everybody! Mango just blew a .32! Just to be clear, that is dangerous. That's not good. That's dangerous. Let's up those numbers!
It wasn't until after the backlash that Ludwig banned Mango from future events, not acknowledging the fact that he was partially to blame for enabling this behavior in the first place. I don't believe Ludwig is a misogynist, but I do believe the safety of these women was a complete blind spot for him until the damage was done. And as I've talked about over and over again.
I think the point is that he doesn't need to be an overt misogynist in order for his behavior to be reprehensible and for him to like play a role in encouraging and engaging with like patriarchal systems. You know what I mean? I think that's the point. Talk about Ian dropping the lawsuit yet? Well, Ethan. Yeah, we did talk about Ethan dropping the lawsuit.
Recurring cycle on this platform. Issues of blatant bigotry are ignored or even egged on by some of these creators until the issue.
Mango is competing, as far as I know. No, he is competing because we saw Ludwig say that Mango is back competing at a tournament. We covered it here. I'm pretty sure. It's not a Ludwig tournament, but it is a tournament that I think Ludwig went to. I'm pretty sure that's what the context was. Last week or 2 weeks ago.
issue becomes undeniable. Until people are being sexually harassed, stalked, or in the case of being pro-Palestine, not until it becomes safe to defend. Nothing about this cycle shows these creators have any
which the game loved to publish. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
integrity or authenticity. If anything, it feeds into a broader cycle that has continued throughout history, especially in America. I will refuse to acknowledge or advocate for your existence until it costs me nothing to do so. I always mention this MLK quote. I've been citing it my entire time on YouTube because it is so potent, even half a century later. The white moderate who was more devoted to order than to justice. That sums up literally this entire video. Creators who are more devoted to their bag, to expanding their empire, to not threatening their career or anything that they have that is honestly inconsequential in comparison to people's real human life. It's this banality of evil, you know, it's ignored until it becomes undeniable. As I would like to reiterate, even though I'm not really particularly fond of people like Ludwig, not my favorite, you know, creator on the platform, I don't think that any of these people I addressed today, except for Asmongold and Tectone, are bad people, and Lakari. Just want to make that clear. Human beings are not, for the most part, that black and white, you know. Sometimes with like Asmongold and Tectone, it's like, okay, it is that black and white. But for Emiru, even Ludwig and Moist Critical and all of that, I don't think that they are bad people, okay? There's a lot of social conditioning, biases, and factors that go into this very calculated decision to move towards centrism, to sit on the fence. This ideology, this way of living life is one that most Americans abide by. And it's not all that unique, but it is a symptom of a larger issue that I really want to address and use this very niche part of the internet, Twitch streaming, to show that it affects honestly the way that our world is set up to this day. But even if these people aren't bad and could honestly grow from this and do better, which I hope maybe they do if enough people talk about it, but even if that's the case, intentionality does not excuse the harm it causes, not only to the streaming industry, but to the country and the world as a whole. This is a cycle that has existed long before these streamers, but that is also why I love and respect the content creators that have always had the integrity to speak out regardless of whether they get hate or it compromises their bag. They will always take the time to address and talk about issues that matter, even if it's not their main focus, even if they don't cover politics. Markiplier, great example of this. Valkyrie, great example of this. Even someone like Caleb Heron, great example of this. This is the shit that helps us move forward and helps teach others the importance of not compromising who you are in the name of profit. I would like to thank you all so much for watching. Yeah, I would like to especially thank my Patreon members, my $7, $3, $1, and
I just remembered I have a Patreon. I have not posted on it in like 3 months. Maybe when I'm back at school and I'm streaming less, I'll post more on Patreon or something. I don't know.
My YouTube members, of course. Thank you all so much. And I will see you in the next one. Okay, boy.
Good video. You had 3 posts total since opening? That's not true. I've made more than 3 posts, actually. So. Once I do more serious work, I'll post more. No, once I stop streaming, I'll post more. And I'll stop streaming when I'm doing more serious work. Anyway, I don't know if she has a Twitch account I can shout out. Probably not. She has a website, though. Bro, that's genius. I need a website. maybe I will read my birthday cards on Patreon. Good video. W. We talked about Ethan and Ian, and Ethan dropping the lawsuit because he got Ian to apologize to him. I know. I think wait, actually, I don't know if I own ShaunaBlack.com. I think I might own ShaunaBlack.com. I do actually. I do own it. WordPress? No, it's Squarespace. There's nothing there though, because I just bought the domain. Yeah, Ryan Grimm. That's me. I do want to see this video as well.
You hear? Hear what? The anime man has an opinion again. Oh no! Yeah. No! It's not good. Oh god! It's not good. It's never good. It's not good. It's just... Oh.
Never heard of this guy? Oh, Joey the anime man does have some opinions for sure. He's friends with Connor. Contrast taste. You know Connor. Connor. About politics or anime? I don't know. People don't like Joey the way that we don't like Ludwig. I mean, the way y'all don't like Ludwig. Everybody knows that I am a true Ludwig fan.
Get out that closet, bro. It's June. Come on. Come on, get out of there. God.
True, it is June. How about the anime takes?
Hey,
I don't know.
What's up? I'm Mohawk Johnson, and I don't feel like getting up right now. So a couple of weeks, the anime man talked again. I don't know why he keeps doing that. We've made it abundantly clear that we hate it when he does it, but for some reason he keeps going. A video went around where somebody was giving an anime hot take. One of the people said, hey, I want there to be more female protagonists in anime, which, fine. You want more women in anime? You want more women in anime. Fine by me. Totally cool. And the anime man decided to list a bunch of anime with female protagonists as a gotcha in order to imply that there are enough and that we don't need more.
We need more female protagonists.
No. Sailor Moon, Madoka Magica, those are the obvious ones. Serial Experiment Lane, Girl Who Lived Through Time, Kill Musume. Damn. I guess we do need more female anime protagonists, huh?
And that's just a weird thing to do, right? Can we all agree how strange that is? Then he dropped a video arguing that we misconstrued what he said and that we didn't understand it and that we were taking it out of context, which we weren't. We heard what he said. We just didn't like it.
I'm sure he named more. I'm assuming that he named more just because, and it was cut for brevity, right? Because if he just named 4, he was like, good enough for me. Like, that would be kind of crazy.
Dude, we're not having a misunderstanding. You're just garbage. You're garbage. And a lot of people are gonna see that and they're gonna think it's mean, and I'm okay with that. I can fight. I don't like bro, and it ain't personal. He just sort of epitomizes everything that's wrong with anime fandoms and the anime community at large, and a lot about what's wrong with men. Hey, what's up? I had to get up and do my volunteering work. I volunteer at a bunch of places, and today's my day. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. Something that I just can't fathom.
Going outside. You know what I mean?
_cat just subscribed.
Neon Cat, thank you for the 2 months. Much appreciated.
Hearing a woman go, hey, I don't feel represented, or another minority other than a black person go, hey, I don't feel represented, or maybe I don't feel represented enough, or maybe I just want to see more of us, which is what actually got said. And for my knee-jerk reaction to go, nuh-uh, we met the quota, because there's no quota on people. Right? Like, that's such a weird stance. Is there a limit to how many women protagonists can be in anime at a time? Is it like The Walking Dead? There can only be 1 to 2 women at a time and then one of them has to die? Like, what are we doing? I just don't understand what this stance is rooted in other than flagrant, implicit misogyny. She didn't say that there weren't enough, and if she did, there aren't. A lot of the anime that bro named were more than a decade old, and as a black guy, I kind of understand that. Like, whenever I say something like, I wish there were more black superheroes or more shows of black superheroes, the first thing someone goes is,
Black Panther.
You, well, what about Static Shock? Static Shock hasn't been on since I was 7 years old. I'm 31. Like, shut up. Like, I'd want more than the one guy. And this sort of implicit bigotry sort of...
Well, have you heard of Black Lightning? You know? Storm. She doesn't have her own show, but she's around. Black Panther. Or is it always electricity? That is a good question. Maybe I'll do my master's thesis on why black superheroes always seem to have electric powers. Black Adam's not black, technically speaking. I understand the confusion. I'm making a story movie with Halle Berry in her prime. It's a travesty. It is a travesty. Cyborg is electricity, so that counts. Miles Morales is also electricity. Funny enough. Wallace West from the comics. No, the Speed Force is basically electricity if you think about it. Wally West from the Flash TV show, also electricity. Green Lantern. Technically, he's a not electricity, right? Blue Marvel's also technically not electricity. Why's my chair squeaking? Jamie Foxx in Spider-Man 2 was a villain, but electricity. He was Electro.
Minimizes everything that's wrong with anime.
Black Panther's vibranium is kind of electric. I don't know if I would consider vibranium electric. It's technically kinetic energy, from what I understand. And I wouldn't consider Bishop electric either. He can absorb electricity, but he can absorb all kinds of energy, technically speaking. So Luke Cage is bulletproof. Rocket is energy projection. I don't actually know what you would define like Rocket's powers as. Bishop has powers, yes. Bishop is a time traveling mutant who has the power to absorb energy and then project it out. Blade is a vampire. Yo, Ace Rand, thank you for the Patreon membership thing or whatever. I forgot I had that. Firestorm is mixed. Not because he's biracial, but because he's literally half white and half black. That's why they get caught out. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Sunspot, I mean, he has like solar-based powers. Cloak is shadow-based. Spawn is basically just like Cloak if like Cloak was like more edgy. Piccolo, just like Spawn and Cloak, has a cape. So, the Monica Rambeau out. She has like light-based powers. Nubia? I don't know if I know Nubia. The one guy from Misfits? Oh, the guy who ended up... no spoilers. Never mind. Was legitimate power, though? HA moves super fast. This is true. Mr. Terrific. He deals with machines, so like Cyborg, electricity. It counts. I think were there any black people on Heroes? Yes. There was one lady in season 3 who was basically Taskmaster on Heroes. Anytime you could see anytime she saw skills, she could copy those skills immediately. She was basically Taskmaster. Was her name Vixen? No, Vixen's a different character, I'm pretty sure. Bumblebee! Bumblebee is, she has those stingers. Buzz. It counts. No one said Cyborg. No, someone said Cyborg earlier. We're just naming. Actually, I think I still have. Oh, give me a second. I think I still have a list of all black superheroes that I listed during Black History Month. Let me see if I can find it. I do. This was me naming every black superhero that I could remember. Yeah, Storm, Black Panther, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Blade, Jon Stewart, Static, Luke Cage, Steel, Rocket, Spawn, Blue Marvel, Icon, Moon Girl. I said Dinosaur Girl. I probably thought Moon Girl. Here. Bishop, Sunspot, Black Lightning's daughter number 1, Black Lightning daughter, the China Anne McClain one, the Prowler, Cloak from Cloak and Dagger, the one dude from Runaways with the afro and glasses, Signal, Domino, Cyborg, Wallace West, Aqualad, Superman from Earth 3, Mr. Terrific, War Machine, Falcon, Captain America, which is just Falcon promoted, Nick Fury, but specifically from the MCU, and from Miles Morales' Ultimate Universe. He like there was also a black Captain America, or Black Nick Fury there. Hancock, Bloodsport, Hardware, Isaiah Bradley, Captain Marvel. That's Monica Rambeau as Captain Marvel. Brother Voodoo, I spelled it wrong. Black Manta, one half of Fire and Storm. Spider-Punk, Spider-Bite, Joe Mullen, who I think is the absolute Green Lantern, I'm pretty sure. Absolute Baddie, aka Absolute Catwoman. I think these are the ones I didn't think about before that chat helped me with. Tyrock, Vixen, Killmonger, Black Samson. I'm pretty sure from Invincible. Bulletproof, also from Invincible. Ethan, the Blue Dino Ranger from Power Rangers. Bumblebee. And then you had Darkwing, and then Darkwing the Sun. The one exists in the mainline too, but her author is Transonic, so we don't. Transphobic, so we don't talk about her. Or did you mean Transonic? No, not Bumblebee from the Transformers. No, Bumblebee like from. It's not. She wasn't in Teen Titans, was she? Was she in Teen Titans for long? You think about Young Justice. But Captain Planet? Yeah, okay. Let's go. Hold on. 53. 1/5 of Captain Planet. Indeed. 1/5 of Captain Planet, it counts. Anyway, I got so distracted. Green Ghost dies in the first episode of Invincible. Oh, you're right. Green Ghost is in the show a black woman. Do Power Rangers count? I included Ethan because that's what I thought about. So wait, is Frozo not on here? Oh, LOL. Luke Cage isn't either. To be fair, these were all the ones that I think up until 45. These are all the ones that I thought about by memory. And I remembered by memory. Is War Machine on it? I don't know, actually. Yeah, he is. War Machine is on here. Steel's also on here. Black Panther's sister? That's just Black Panther. Does Chase Track Star from Dispatch count? This was before Dispatch came out, but it will count. Are we naming all black superheroes? This is just me listing all black superheroes I remember by memory. I don't remember how we got here. Meteor Man? I don't know if I know what Meteor Man is. Oh yeah, all having electric powers. Wait, I think that's the exact way we got here as well. I'm pretty sure. Like, at this point, 4 months ago, we had the same conversation about black superheroes with electric powers. And I went through and I listed all the ones that I remembered. And I went through listing all the ones that all black superheroes I remember. Time is a flat circle.
Anime culture and anime fandoms right now. We got people.
Catwoman a superhero? Eh. Mostly just people in comics or in superhero media. We extrapolated.
Out here blaming black. That's wrong with anime culture and anime fandoms right now. We got people out here blaming black people for Gacha Yakuda's creator getting off of Twitter, even though
I remember that. That'd be a good project, a database for all the superheroes and their powers along with their vulnerabilities.
A bunch of white fans that actively.
That's like the plot of a web novel that I read called a Worm. Meteor Man. Oh, I forgot one. Okay, hold on. Most of the family from Up, Up, and Away. How could I forget? Yo, 4th day for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. We're talking about black superheroes who all have electric powers for some reason. And we started listing all the black superheroes that we could remember. Static Shock. Static was number 1. And Storm was number 1. Where's Static at? Static's number 6. I had to put the baddie Storm at number 1. You got Aqualad? Aqualad is on here, yeah. Aqualad is... $27. Are we cutting Worm for this? No, I mean, I guess you totally could, but I don't think most people read Worm. Green Lantern is black, I'm pretty sure. There is a black Green Lantern. I guess I can add him, bro. I'm not the biggest fan of Jon Stewart. Wait, do I have Jon Stewart? I do have Jon Stewart. You insane people. He's on the list. Try to come from me. I have 2 Green Lanterns on the list. I have Icon and Blue Marvel. Architect Jon Stewart better than Marine Jon Stewart? True. Or Air Force Jon Stewart. Kelly Quintela is also a black Green Lantern if you would like to add. Is she the girl who has like the Green Lantern backpack? Michael B. Jordan in Sinner's Cow? No, only Michael B. Jordan in Black Panther counts. Raising Dion. Moon Girl's on the list. Yes. Still characters from Invincible count. I have Black Samson. Voodoo. I have Brother Voodoo. Rising Water cameo Meteor Man. What? But Ironheart? I have Ironheart. Ironheart is on here, I'm pretty sure. Never mind. No, she's not. What's her name? Riri. No, she's not on here.
Jet, I know you ain't read this one yet. Touch it. Alright.
That's a crazy cameo. You have Empress? Who's Empress? Papa Midnight DC? I don't know who that is either. No, Black Thor from that one. Oh, Miles Morales Thor. Ratio of Jake and Luke Fox. Along with Duke Thomas. Hey, Duke Thomas is on here. Okay. Where's he at? Signal's on here. OG Young Justice comic. Oh. I don't know who Michiko and Hachin is. You're gonna give me some context, chat. What about Wallace West? I have Wallace West. Right here. Absolute Catwoman. I have Absolute Catwoman. Absolute Baddie, aka Absolute Catwoman. Rock? You mean Rock? Is it Lock or Rock? I see him talking about from JJK. Not JJK. The other one, My Hero Academia. JJK doesn't have Miguel from JJK. Technically, is black. He's around. Technically speaking. Anyway, stop distracting me. We're doing this video.
Engage in racism against not only the mangaka, but also the black people in the fandom. There are people who keep saying, make your own video games instead of demanding that black characters get included. And then when South of Midnight drops, these people lose their minds. They're furious at Miles Morales saying that he's not Spider-Man when Peter Parker's still alive and right there. And because the anime fandom has a big literacy issue, media literacy issue, and political literacy issue, I'm not surprised that...
Is Angel from X-Men First Class Scout? No, Angel's not black in X-Men First Class. Darwin's black in X-Men First Class. Pretty sure.
He's this popular. Of course, somebody who doesn't know One Piece has politics in it is blowing up in the One Piece fandom because none of them can read. I'm sorry, y'all can't read. And then you blow this dude up. You blow up his spot. Y'all got his numbers going. He making bread off of the content, and he's horrible.
Which is a very political anime, Connor.
That's okay. Well,
it is a very political.
What?
Anime.
You told me One Piece is very political.
Yes.
What aspect?
Oh my god.
And it's not lost on me that he's Asian. And before y'all go, oh, what does his race have to do with it? Everything. He's half German, half Japanese. And the last time Germany and Japan collabed, and to put a Western spin on this, there are a lot of non-black minorities who operate in white supremacy and patriarchy and the ways in which those things intersect at the expense.
I disavow. I disavow.
Of other marginalized people, and lots of different groups of Asian people engage in this. Not everybody, but enough that it warrants conversation. So he already has a propensity for being adjacent to whiteness, and then he's literally half white. And he's from Australia, you know, a continent that got colonized by the same people that the U.S. were colonized by, the colonies. You know what I'm saying? Like that. It's like bro's a colonizer, bro. He is. He's literally a colonizer. Of course he acts like this, and of course he thinks like this. We just had Asian Fest. Don't act like I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't act like, stop it. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. I have basic observation skills and pattern recognition. I'm not saying I hate Asians. I'm saying there's an archetype happening, and it's worthy of conversation to discuss the ways in which he falls into that archetype. I just think it's worth bringing up. Bro is adjacent to whiteness and literally is a man. And I've met enough biracial people, especially biracial people who are like white and another minority other than black, who engage in some of the most shithead behavior because they operate in spaces through the context of whiteness. He sounds like some random white guy who just doesn't put politics in anything, even when the politics are already there, and who kind of doesn't give a shit about women. And how is that not every dude ever, every bro, every Zach, every Zeke, every Chad? Like, that's how they act, and that's what he's doing. He's a half colonizer frat boy, and he acts like it. I'm not shocked that he had this take, and I'm not shocked that he's doing this again. I'm just kind of tired of having to talk about him because I wish we would stop listening to his stuff. Bro has never operated in a context that makes him question his own identity because all he had to do was assimilate. Of course he's not thinking about anybody else's. Yes, he has the ethnic name. Yes, he does. But he could lie about his background well enough to hide whatever he is. He's ambiguous looking enough. He's lighter than certain people. And again, he is a man. Like, conversations about colorism, nationality, and the political histories of where he lives and where his family may be from, and what their political allegiances may be, because I don't know that personally. I don't have that information about him, and I'm not going to make assumptions about that specifically. But enough conversations are happening all at once that I can make inferences on where he's coming from based on the shit that literally comes out of his fucking mouth. Look, he one of those. You know, one of those, he one of those. He one of those. He one of those. Bro is the this of them, is what he is. And game recognized game. If you disagree with me, let me know. If you agree with me, let me know. If you want to call me garbage, it's fine. Go ahead, do it in the comments. I don't care. I don't care. And if you like this style, and if you don't mind hearing all the trucks in the background, because there's a bunch of factories and docks and stuff near where I work, so there's trucks going by, you know, feel free checking out the Patreon. I don't get paid from YouTube at all, nor do I get paid on any of my other social medias. So when you all show up on the Patreon or give bread to me directly, it is literally the only thing keeping me afloat. I do not get paid. I don't get a lot of sponsorship offers, and the vast majority of the sponsorships I've been given have not paid me ever. So that's not really an option. So if you're cool with supporting me directly, I greatly appreciate it. Have a good one. Peace out. And yeah, can we just unfollow him? Can we just unfollow him, please?
He said what he said. Hold on, give me 1 second. Watch this.
It's your host, Ethan Klein. It's the H3 show. The date is the 2nd of May, and it is the long-awaited Leftovers reunion. How nice. We're back together. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. I mean, it's going to end a lot better the second time than it did the first time, right? How could it be worse?
I would love for that to be the case, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all domestic terrorists.
The thing is, there's something kind of scary in America.
All right, folks, it's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hazan Biker.
You have on your Instagram stories since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't
on your
that.
Instagram story
hold on.
post.
From what period?
Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, what are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?
I don't know the whole history of the show and everything, right? But have you ever, you know, one of your enemies or your beefs on YouTube, have you ever said like to your followers, like, go show up at these people's house, go protest out?
I wouldn't say, I'd
or
be
like,
hesitant.
go take action against them, like, but not threatening to kill somebody.
Nothing comes to mind, but of course, that's something I don't want to flat out deny right off the bat. Here actually is a fucking giant racist piece of shit. Certainly anyone who would employ him, or probably even his parents, would be pretty disappointed to see that, although who knows, fuck him. This is what you...
Here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media on your free time.
It's called in a bomb threat at the school that my mother teaches at, which in all reality was very merciful of them, considering what Zionists usually do to schools with bombs.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm back. The champ is back. My goal was to reach out to people in mainstream media who continually have Hassan on their platform.
It doesn't matter if it's happened on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
So he's anti-American and he's proud.
The actual vote on this big off, whatever that means.
Unlike Hassan Piker, didn't call Jews
Inbred. Kids feel good. Deep down inside, there has to be a dude that I met, that I knew, that's going, oh, don't do this. This is maybe a bridge too far. Like, you cannot be this fucking deluded.
Come on, dude.
You bringing up a housekeeper the day after your housekeeper.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out my living situation. in the District of Columbia. I say I wouldn't let you just wouldn't let bro just call me out like that. What'd he say? Stop. That's crazy.
You know, he one of those.
That's crazy.
You know, one of those.
Why do you put up Sean like that? That's crazy. Racism. Racism. Are you in DC? I'm not in DC right now. I'm moving to the District of Columbia.
He one of those. He one of those. He one of those.
That's wild.
Bro was the this of them, is what he is.
I can't even see that. Who is that? I can't even tell.
Game recognized game. If you disagree with me, let me know.
That's you? All right. Oh, jeez.
Susie,
I'm Ethan Klein.
I mean, surely you can see that's a little ironic.
Come on, bro. I don't see what's ironic about
It's
it.
just when you tell people or show people at first, it's like,
Oh, you did that.
Now we're on this ride together. Right? Like we're all gonna ride together now.
we're just criticizing you.
Comes across like a fucking pager.
It comes across as a pager joke.
How?
You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
How? Because I'm Israeli?
Tone deaf? What was tone deaf about it? What was the tone I was deaf to? Ah, there it is. There it is. That's the tone.
You will pet me, whether you like it or not.
Is Kaya's corner Ethan's basement? Or is it just a different, is it a different person? It is? I'm a genius. Not a person, it's a dog. I know Kaya. This is about the person who made the video. Dogs are people too? I think objectively they're not.
Leftovers! The wait is over!
Their crew is fucking sick. Like, I love everything they're doing. Don't say that. Okay.
I'm not your child.
I know, but like, TJ, that is deliberate. That is by design.
It's like just not even fun to watch probably at this point.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. We're literally shouting on you yesterday and his co-worker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry dog. I don't care.
I think he's gonna disagree with what I'm saying. Otherwise, probably be a Hamas supporter. Call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. Nobody. There's not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic. Yeah, my video's coming along.
Is he still talking about Hassan? I don't watch him. I think we checked like a few streams ago. And it was mostly him crying about Ian. Right? Like I think he talks about Ian more than he talks about Hassan. Cause like how does he square that Hassan's being attacked by like the Republicans? How does he square that circle, you know? Is he like taking the side of Republicans? I'm not saying that he wouldn't, but is that what he's doing? Is he taking the side of Republicans in order to like hate on Hassan? Or that he's responsible for it? I'm surprised he's not gloating.
I'm on the home stretch. Wishing you a happy weekend, and we will be back for the fallout.
He was in favor of Hassan's ban from the UK? Makes sense. He doesn't be able to vote Susan Collins? Okay, I think you're lying. I think you're lying to me. I don't think you're telling the truth. like 70% sure. We're very close to 1,000 subs. Oh no, that's fake too. We're actually not. We're like 750. I hear this is how only staying irrelevant, having his name attached to a different stream, and it has to be in controversy. I don't know what you mean.
I'm your host, Esteban Klein.
Any capitalistic social democrats in the chat? Olivia actually is never coming back. She quit, sorry.
Today is going to be nuts.
You guys remember on Friday, we dropped the nuclear bomb. There was a lot of apprehension within our fan base.
Hey everyone, Ethan is getting ready to drop the nuke, so no members stream today. With peace and love.
You guys keep canceling shows. I am ending my membership this month.
Yeah, I had to cancel after this episode.
This membership is starting to feel like I'm being scammed.
Which I understand. They get nervous. They say, I think this is going to backfire for Ethan, which...
Yeah, it was terrible.
Again, fair enough. There's a lot of people that don't know about my history. Where I cut my teeth on YouTube was doing H3 production videos.
If we're being entirely honest here, this content was also bad. It wasn't like good content. Oh, hold on.
I love the first 3 to 4 minutes.
And that channel, it was a very fucking heavy hitter in its time. And it's been 5 years since I posted there. But, you know, this has been my passion project. You guys heard me talking about it. And I was feeling very confident. And I'm happy to say that I think it's been very well received.
It sucks, but the right wing is the only people that are okay with your opinion.
Ethan, you've been pissing me off for years with unnecessary progressive crap. This, on the other hand, makes me happy.
Sam Hyde and H3 need to team up.
God bless Israel. The hypocrisy of the Muslim is that they will not help their own, then kill each other over doctrinal differences.
And the views have been fantastic. People in our community have been overwhelmingly
Casually now, I'm wasting my money at this point.
Supportive of it. Hassan is I don't know if he's still in Japan, I don't know. In his hotel room, shooting into the light, by the way.
I mean, you shouldn't shoot into the light, you're right. But I am remembering the Ethan Klein videos from this past year that were, like the surface of the sun on your face.
But but the guy doesn't know a goddamn thing about recording and making videos.
H3 uploaded a video called Content Nuke Hassan Piker. But it was brought to my attention that it also has a couple of clips of me in it and Cutie in it.
This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, an award show put on by her friends. And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they?
Now, I tried messaging to deal with it offline, but this is just wrong. And not only like wrong information, it's like fake and doctored information. This screenshot is fake. Okay, how do I know it's fake? Because I watched the award show. And when I did a bit of research, I did a reverse image search, I find out this fake image came from Destiny's subreddit a few months ago. Okay, it was like a very niche post.
My goal was to reach out to people in mainstream media who continually have Hassan on their platform. CNN, you know, Complex, the DNC, these people are reaching out and having him thinking like, he's like this cool, liberal, democratic force on the internet that's charging kids up and getting them to vote.
It's fine. It's just like we're getting booted. We're getting booted.
By the way, and I do want to remind you all that I'm officially a more effective advocate for Palestinians by voting, just by that act of voting for Kamala, than every single person that abstained or voted for Trump in protest. So you can thank...
For someone who's ostensibly pro-Palestinian, Ethan spends his time demonizing Palestinians entirely as evil terrorists. He doesn't mention what motivates their resistance or what might lead them to actually target Israel. Ethan says, oh, Israel's constantly at war with its neighbors. Why is it at war with its neighbors? Because it invades them over and over again. Take Lebanon in 1982. Israel launched an invasion of the country premised on absolute nonsense of destroying the Palestinian Liberation Organization because, like Ethan is claiming about Hamas and other organizations now, they were allegedly evil terrorists who couldn't be dealt with. Israel destroyed places like Beirut, killed over 10,000 people, and inflicted horrors on the people there.
By the way, for all the
people upset about the Nakba,
I don't hear any of them advocating for the Jews who are fucking forced out of Syria, Yemen. Nobody's advocating for them to go get their fucking landed property back.
Right off the bat, Ethan falsely conflates the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, with the emigration of Jewish people from the MENA region to Israel. He made this claim in his content nuke.
After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context pew.
In reality, the forces behind the migration of Arab Jews were far more complex and included significant Zionist influence.
They chased all the Jews out of their countries who had nothing to do with Israel.
In some cases, that included false flag bombing campaigns aimed at Jewish targets committed by the Zionist underground and blamed on local Arab communities to facilitate the immigration of Jews to Israel.
They loved being from those countries. They wanted to stay being in those countries. They're Syrian, not fucking Israeli. But guess what? The Arabs who kicked them out turned them into Israelis in the ultimate twist of irony. You want to watch Hassan crash out, you guys? You have to remember that this guy apparently was my friend for 2 years. Now, I've said a lot of things about Hassan. What else is someone this sociopathic capable of? But I'm not like... Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life to creating this video, I am left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude. I mean, we were during our time together, we were friends. By the way, theory time. And I'm pretty sure I'm right. People need to ask Hassan who's cooking his chicken off screen. Who's cooking that chicken?
Who's taking care of him? Cooking chicken's a big deal.
Since our friendship was a farce, according to him, right? He goes, don't tell anyone, though, for obvious reasons. I'm just saying. Somebody's cooking his chicken, and they don't look like they're getting a
piece of the pie.
Did someone said Philly D released?
You're not in the thumbnail.
How could I not be in the thumbnail? Wow. Is Hassan?
No.
Okay.
He didn't even mention me in Hassan? Oh. Did you get spooked, Hassan, when I called in and you realized all your fans are fucking terrible people?
I think Ethan called in to Phil DeFranco.
Right, but
I don't know. Will he answer? I can try.
No.
Should I call him?
No.
No, text him first.
I told you flat out no.
Oh, it's ringing. It works.
See, I told you.
Oh, I don't want to watch it.
Oh, yeah. 1 second. We have H3 calling in. He said he was a long-time watcher, long-time fan, first-time caller.
Oh, you just co-signed genocide.
No,
so.
I don't co-sign Ethan Klein. I don't co-sign Hassan. I don't co-sign any of these motherfuckers that exist on the internet.
Yeah. I can go into detail. Do you want to? I can go into all.
No, I'm good. I think your brief this brief conversation's enough to get my dumb face on your subreddit and the Snark Reddit and all that stuff. So I'm gonna hop off.
Do you regret answering?
No, I don't regret answering. This is it was unexpected. That threw me the fuck off. Let's go back to Ben.
What's going on, guys? What happened? Everyone
killed the mood,
quiet.
bro, with your antics.
We're depressed.
How the fuck did I kill the mood?
Bruh.
What the fuck did I do?
You killed the mood.
Yeah.
Why? How?
But with your calling Phil and bringing up all kinds of negative
That was
stuff.
fucking awesome.
It was fine.
How did calling Phil ruin the mood?
You asked, I answered.
I just know
how. Then you explain how.
It'll be clipped, and I know it'll be clipped.
Tell me how.
I told you.
Tell me how. Because I don't understand how.
Well, I don't.
All right, chat. I have to figure out my housing thing, so I will watch this video tomorrow. Yeah. I'm sure I missed some stellar content of seeing Ethan Klein do stuff. What Olivia's doing? What do you mean? She's going back on Ace 3 next week, I think. Anyway. Adios.
Doing something mean to it. Do it better than anybody you ever seen. Do it. Scream